Estamos en vivo y a todo color desde la torre. No sé. Algo así empezaba un programa cuando estaba chiquito y no sé por qué me acaba de nacer una vez más poder contarlo así. Espero estén teniendo una excelente mañana. Bienvenidos. Esto va a ser un casino del tío Salo. Normalmente lo hacemos los lunes, miércoles y viernes, pero Farhan y Alex van a estar viajando. Entonces, mañana queremos simplemente no dejarlo sin ello. Discúlpeme, ayer no pude regresar al fabuloso. Nadie me preguntó, me estaba muriendo. No sé qué hice. Oigan, no se vuelvan viejos. Si pueden evitarlo, por favor, evítenlo. No sé qué hice estirándome. Sentí como si se me hubiera roto el hígado o algo junto donde, más abajo del hígado. Pero puta madre, todo el día me sentí del culo. No sé qué sea, pero bueno, es lo de menos. El día de hoy quiero platicar de algo que está en la boca de todo el mundo rapidísimo. Y también quiero hacer esto muy claro, ¿ok? Porque mucha gente no comprende esto, no entiende este concepto y entiendo que puede ser algo confuso. Estados Unidos está en recesión, ¿ok? Está en recesión. Hay gente que se confunde con este concepto porque no entienden que podemos estar en recesión, pero una recesión no declarada, ¿ok? Les voy a dar un ejemplo buenísimo. ¿Estados Unidos está en guerra con Siria? No, no han declarado ninguna guerra. Estados Unidos solamente está apoyando la guerra de Ucrania en este momento y la guerra de Israel, ¿no? Para matar a todos los palestinos, asesinar absolutamente todos. Eso es lo que estamos apoyando. Pero nadie habla, dice, no, güey, es que están peleándose con los Houthis. Estados Unidos efectivamente está bombardeando Siria, efectivamente. ¿Tú le llamarías guerra a eso, sí o no? Yo sí. ¿Por qué? Porque estamos agarrando nuestro presupuesto militar con nuestras estrategias militares, con nuestros cohetes militares y estamos bombardeando militarmente y matando a toda esta gente en Siria. ¿Cuál es la diferencia entre esa guerra y cualquier otra? Y ahora, Siria, porque me dirán, pues Siria no nos está atacando, esa no es guerra, es solamente bombardeos de un lado. Siria está atacando los barcos americanos. Esa es la historia de por qué estamos bombardeando Siria, que nos cuentan a todos. ¿No estamos de acuerdo? Entonces, tengo que preguntarte una vez más. Estamos bombardeando toda la región de Siria, toda, destruyendo a cada uno de esos cabrones. ¿Estamos en guerra con Siria? Ahora, no lo hemos declarado guerra. No. Nadie ha salido a decir, esto es una guerra en Siria. Nadie. Entonces te tengo que preguntar, ¿estamos en guerra o no? Sí, solamente no te están diciendo. Y es así de fácil en el 2025 poder ver la cara de pendejo a todo el mundo. Así de fácil. Estamos en recesión. Una vez más, quiero que entiendan esto. Estados Unidos está en recesión. El que no se vendan casas al nivel de los 90s, que es donde empezamos a tomar registros, es recesión. Que no se vendan coches y que haya más delincuencias en pagos de coches desde que empezamos a medir eso hace 40 años, es recesión. Que todo el mundo tenga la mayor cantidad de deuda posible personal, es recesión. Que todo el mundo no tenga un centavo ahorrado es recesión. Que a todo el mundo no le alcance porque los precios han subido es recesión. Que no están agarrando nuevos empleos y están despidiendo muchísima gente, etcétera, pero los números todavía no nos lo dicen. Pero lo estás viendo tú con todos tus amigos y la gente que está intentando buscar trabajo ahorita que no. Eso es recesión. Ahora, si el papi gobierno o una revista oficial no te lo ha dicho, ¿no estás en una recesión? ¿No estamos bombardeando Siria porque no hemos declarado guerra? Tienes que entender este concepto, porque ahorita en X alguien me dijo, tú dijiste que no iba a haber recesión. He estado firme en que estamos en una recesión. Lo que he dicho es, van a declarar la recesión tarde en el 2025, primer cuarto del 2026. Por favor, entiendan la diferencia. Se lo ruego. Sé que es muy difícil entender este concepto una vez más. Estamos en recesión de acuerdo a mí, de acuerdo a todo el mundo estando jodido, de acuerdo a bienes raíces, de acuerdo a cómo están todas las delincuencias en los coches, de acuerdo a cómo están todas las delincuencias en tarjeta de crédito, de acuerdo a cuánta gente debía préstamos estudiantiles que no les habían dado de pago. Todo eso, y aparte el ver que está afectando al comercio efectivamente y a todos los negocios acá, eso es recesión, ¿ok? Ahora, todavía no te han dado permiso de decirle así las revistas, que yo sé que la mayor cantidad de gente, hasta que no me diga el presidente Donald Trump, Yo no voy a creer que estamos en recesión, ¿ok? Si ese es tu punto de vista, está bien. Entonces tampoco estás en guerra. Estados Unidos está en la mejor economía de toda la historia. El presidente Trump es Jesús caminando en la tierra y está convirtiendo agua sobre vino, porque es todo lo que ellos nos dicen. Es perfecto, ¿ok? Ahora, para el 2022, mucha gente no comprende lo que pasó en el 2022, 2023, ¿ok? Para poder hacer que una economía parezca que no está en recesión, ¿qué tienes que hacer? Como gobierno tienes que gastar un chingo, ¿ok? Es lo que tienes que hacer. Tú, gobierno, contratas a un chingo de gente, entonces los números de contrataciones se ven bien. Tú, gobierno, te gastas un chingo de dinero en dárselo a la gente para que la gente se lo gaste. Oh, bueno, la economía se está moviendo. Eso es lo que ocurre, ¿ok? En el 2022 pasó algo muy chistoso cuando Biden estaba ahí, cuando empezó lo de la guerra de Ucrania, que también tienen que verlo así. Queríamos culpar a la guerra de Ucrania con Rusia por la inflación. ¿Se acuerdan de todo eso? Que dijeron que Putin era el causante de toda la inflación. ¿Quién se acuerda de eso? ¿No? Eh, y tuvimos dos trimestres negativos de GDP, de PIB en Estados Unidos. Y todo el mundo dijo, estamos en recesión. Y el gobierno dijo, no, 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 no. Y cambiaron la definición. Ahora, cambiar la definición no fue lo que nos sacó de recesión. ¿Alguien sabe qué fue lo que nos sacó de recesión? Y recuerden que esto acabó temprano, o bueno, la bajota acabó en diciembre del 2022, entre octubre y diciembre del 2022, entrando en 2023. ¿Alguien por el puto amor de Dios me puede decir, por favor, se lo ruego, por qué la recesión se fue de todos lados? El PIB salió positivo, etcétera. ¿Alguien sabe? ¿Alguien entiende lo que vieron y lo que vivieron y lo que todo el mundo nos puso enfrente, pero nunca lo conectó? La razón, damas y caballeros, por la que no entramos en recesión fue porque el gobierno de Estados Unidos gastó una cantidad de dinero ridícula. ¿De dónde sacó el dinero? De todos ustedes y nosotros. ¿Cómo? ¿Cómo hicieron eso? Fueron y les dijeron a todos, saca tu dinero del banco, y fue cuando todo el mundo se empezó a enterar que podías comprar o en tu cuenta, ¿no? Cuando Apple sacó la cuenta que por poner tu dinero estaban comprando tesorería americana. Literalmente nosotros, todos los ciudadanos, todos, nos lavaron la cabeza a mover todo nuestro dinero a bancos grandes, que era, una vez más, no estoy arrepentido de hacerlo, pero al hacer eso también incentivaron a todo el mundo a que te diera interés sobre tu dinero. Interés sobre tu dinero solo lo paga cuando estás comprando. Yo sé, estos productos vienen amarrados a algo. Cuando estás comprando literalmente deuda americana. Cuando estás comprando deuda americana, lo que estás efectivamente haciendo es prestándole al gobierno de Estados Unidos por la cantidad de tiempo que sea la nota que te están dando, que estás comprando. Sea un mes, 3 meses, 6 meses, un año, 2 años, 10 años, 30 años, ¿entiendes? Nosotros fondeamos el exceso de gasto de Biden a través de esto y obviamente a través de otras formas, pero la forma más grande y enfrente de todo el mundo y por qué el 2022 no hubo recesión fue porque todos nosotros le prestamos dinero a Estados Unidos para endeudarse más y meterlo a la economía y poder leerte los números bien. ¿Ok? Eso nunca se fue. Lo único que pasó fue continuaron aumentando el gasto público. Esto lo hacen en Argentina, bueno, lo hacían en Argentina, lo hacen en México, lo hacen en todos estos diferentes lugares. Todo el mundo simplemente leyendo lo que te dan las noticias, te dicen, ve lo positivo, ve cuánta gente fue contratada. Nadie busca más allá de eso. Nadie, nadie. Si te pueden engañar bombardeando un país y que no estamos en guerra con ese país, ¿qué te hace pensar que no te están engañando en la recesión? Y una vez más, en el 2008, cuando declararon por fin la recesión, faltaban 15 días para salir. Voltearon para atrás y dijeron, güey, por 2 años hemos estado en recesión. ¡Qué bárbaro! Y una vez que lo declararon, última capitalización y nos fuimos para el cielo. El resto es historia. ¿Ok? Entonces, solo una vez más, para toda la gente que no lo comprende. Una vez más, Estados Unidos está en recesión. Estados Unidos está en guerra con Siria. Solamente no le llamamos así, al igual que la recesión. ¿Cuándo vamos a llamar a la recesión? Cuando esté a punto de acabarse. Lo que yo había dicho es, se va a empezar o van a darnos eso a finales de este año, el último cuarto, el primer cuarto del siguiente. Esto lo llevo diciendo desde que estaba en la primera casa que renté cuando me cambié acá casi hace 2 años. Y tengo los videos. Que en el 2026 es cuando va a pegar. Lo que salía a decir ahora que salió el Producto Interno Bruto en negativo fue, cabrones, Producto Interno negativo en este momento nos puede llevar a la recesión antes de lo que yo pensaba. No llevar a la recesión, llevarnos a la declaración de la recesión. Que sea claro, la recesión ya está. Como el bombardeo en Siria, ya está. Solamente no le estamos llamando lo que es guerra, no le estamos llamando recesión, ¿ok? Ya está. Cuando la llamen recesión es que ya se está acabando. Cuando ya por fin salgan y digan, oigan, estamos en recesión, es que se está acabando. La razón por la que el comentario de la última vez fue, salió el Producto Interno Bruto negativo. Sin más ni más dije, güey, hemos visto un parón de actividad económica definitivamente, pero también hemos visto cómo están incentivando el gasto por adelantado de la gente. Quieren que gastes, porque se cayó demasiado el gasto, pero se cayó brutalmente en enero, se los había dicho. ¿Cómo hicieron que la gente fuera incentivada a gastar? Sencillo. Los aranceles de Trump. Todo el mundo fue y compró cosas, ¿no? Porque te pendejaron. A la gente, Ford, ¿se acuerdan que el presidente de Ford salió a decir, güey, vamos a tener que subir precios por los aranceles, pero ahorita estamos en descuentos de empleados, así que vayan a comprar todas sus camionetas. Todo el mundo fue a comprar el coche creyendo que iban a ver de verdad subir los precios después y que ahorita el CEO de Ford te quería vender las cosas por menos, te quería ayudar. Ayer sale el pendejo y dijo, por cierto, no vamos a subir los precios de los coches que vienen, ¿eh? Y ahora mucha gente está debatiendo, se está refiriendo al inventario que ya está ahí, al inventario que viene en camino. Ningún inventario, güey. Todos esos son y aplican estos aranceles. No puedes subir de precio cuando no hay dinero. No puedes. No fue idea de las empresas subir los precios en el 2020. Esa es una estupidez gigantesca que siguen contándote y siguen contándole a todo el mundo. Perdón, me estoy volviendo loco porque es literalmente ya, esto es una simulación como nunca la he visto en mi vida. Nunca. Nunca. La estupidez está, el hecho que todo el mundo está intentando aprender más de esto los está haciendo más estúpidos y los está haciendo caer en más pendejadas porque no tienes la habilidad de discernir lo que te están diciendo y por qué te lo están diciendo, que es completamente propaganda, cabrón. Y la gente se está volviendo más loca porque ahora creen que entienden más. No estoy diciendo que yo entienda más que ustedes, para nada, para nada. Pero los nuevos que están entrando en esto están más confundidos y también en general la gente, en total de todo. Es una locura. Y el güey que te vende todo esto bien posicionado, bien peinadito y bien todo esto, a todo siempre está bien. ¿Sabes por qué? Porque te está leyendo solamente las noticias. Si vienes a leer noticias aquí de las que estás viendo en los encabezados, estás perdido, cabrón. Aquí no venimos a hablar de lo que nos están vendiendo. Aquí venimos a hablar de lo que está pasando. Esto es este canal. Muy diferente a lo que son los otros canales donde te cuentan lo que les cuentan. No somos retrasados mentales en este canal. No vamos a contarle a la gente lo que nos cuentan. Vamos a contarle lo que está pasando. Si algo estoy enamorado de, es el misterio de toda la información y de encontrarlo y de vivir en el presente, porque nadie vive aquí. Nadie, nadie. Todo el mundo está leyendo las noticias y creyendo y viendo canales de YouTube que hablan de las putas noticias, de las noticias. Una vez más, aquí estoy yo para enseñarte cómo esto no es cierto. Todo lo que te está diciendo. Solamente usa el principio de los bombardeos a Siria. ¿Estamos bombardeando Siria? ¿Estamos en guerra con Siria? Sí. ¿Lo hemos declarado? No. Y por ende hay mucha gente que va a salir aquí a decir, güey, no estamos en guerra con Siria, solamente son bombardeos cinéticos. Es todo. Vámonos al mercado. Solamente quería que quedara clara la postura porque a veces es como hablarle a la puta pared y luego me encuentro con la pared en X porque vio 2 videos y me está contando, me vuelve loco, absolutamente loco. Aquí estamos para aprender a pensar. No estamos como toda la bola de imbéciles leyendo las noticias y diciendo que eso es lo que está pasando. Porque cabrón, si no has aprendido que las noticias están completamente compradas y manipuladas, estás literalmente en el pito. En el pito de todo. ¿Ok? Gracias. Vámonos al casino. Aquí tengo a Alex y a Farhan. Vamos a analizar precios. Ahorita estamos entrando en un corto, damas y caballeros. Así que los voy a traer a todos ustedes conmigo, pero también, antes de eso, los quiero invitar a que si quieren participar en nuestro Discord, es absolutamente gratis, cabrones. No tienen que pagar nada. Tienen el enlace aquí abajo. Ahorita lo voy a ir a poner a X, discúlpenme, honestamente se me olvidó ayer, pero hoy no se me olvida según yo, ¿ok? Y para la gente que quiera aprender a usar Discord, literalmente el enlace está aquí en la descripción de abajo. Lo único que tienes que entender es que todo en el lado izquierdo son menús. Acá, Elite Trading Academy. Entonces, estas son las secciones. Si le picas Alejandro Shiva, el análisis de Farhan, le picas acá en general y puedes ver a toda la comunidad. Me gusta venir a leer, estar de chismoso, honestamente, acá, ver las ideas de la gente. Ahí está Mango, por supuesto. ¿Dónde está Tomatito? Ese güey necesito que maneje mi cuenta. Vengan a apoyarse en gente que sabe lo que está haciendo. Tal vez sepas mucho, pero siempre es muy bueno tener y escuchar otros tipos de análisis y cómo están viendo esto. Hay gente que trae de aquí solamente en liquidez, en gamas de liquidez, hay gente que trae de acá en gamas de opciones. Es una locura. Entonces, hay un poco de todo acá y es bueno aprender de todos. Ven a compartir cuánto estás ganando. Estamos imprimiendo. Estos días estamos imprimiendo otra vez. Hemos regresado a la tendencia. Quiero ver dónde está Tomatito. 100%, cabrón. Nada mal. 240. Ok, no, Rafael, 130%. Yo también, honestamente, me aventé el 50X. Güey, qué varo se hace. Pero eso si te equivocas y bolas, cabrón. Pero bueno, aquí está esto. También tenemos hasta aquí abajo nuestros enlaces oficiales. Nunca te vamos a pedir dinero, nunca te vamos a decir que vamos a manejar tu cuenta, nunca vamos a pedirte que nos mandes algo, nunca te vamos a escribir, punto, nunca. Si alguien te escribe con nuestro propio nombre, el de Alex, el de Farhan, el mío, en esta madre es falso. Te lo juro por mi vida, nunca te vamos a escribir. Nunca, todo es público. No te vamos a pedir dinero, no te vamos a decir que manejamos tu dinero, no nos interesa, no lo hacemos. Todo está a la venta en nuestro sitio web. Entonces, cáiganle acá y también tienes nuestro criptolingo, que es para todas las cosas que estamos. En realidad no es criptolingo, es lingo en total de traders. Todo esto lo necesitas. Si es que no entiendes alguna cosa que no estás viendo, aquí está. Todo esto es gratis. Y si eres un degenerado y quieres tradear futuros, cáele a nuestro sitio web. También es absolutamente gratis aprenderlo. Te vas a meter a elitetradingacademy.us porque no voy a comprar el .com. El güey me lo quiere vender por $10,000. Yo puedo mandar el tráfico a donde sea, imbécil. Por el amor de Dios. Entonces me voy a meter a Tutos. Y en Tutos, cómo tradear en Bluffing. Simple, un videito de 5 minutos, cabrón, y con eso estás listo para fondear tu cuenta, aprendes cómo fondearla, cómo mover el dinero dentro de ella, cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un long, y aquí tienes el enlace para que no te guacameen, no sé cómo se dice eso, guacamayen. Es una expresión que todavía usan los jóvenes en México, probablemente no, pero sin más ni más, vámonos a esto directamente. Alex, Farhan, ¿están listos? Vamos a darle con todo. Gentlemen, guten motherfucking morning.
Buenos días, Habibis.
Well, it's late for you guys, right? What time is it out there in Dubai?
Buenas tardes, Habibis. It's 5:48 p.m.
Yeah.
It's almost 12 hours. Holy shit. It's 11-hour difference. God damn.
That's quite a bit. Today's our last day in Dubai.
I know. Are you guys sad that you're leaving?
I am kind of sad, to be honest. I wish I had like 2 or 3 more days here. I really like it
No,
here.
you, Alex?
I'm ready to go home.
Yeah, I bet. It's the two sides of the same trip, right? I brought my girlfriend. We did beautiful things. We had a great time. We were Arabs together. And then I came to Dubai all by myself to look for fun. And trust me, the fun's there, but not as fun as you would think. And it's not
what you would think.
Right?
Not in
exactly.
not my definition of fun. But it was good. Dubai is good. I met with my family for the first time. Met them right now. It was very nice, actually. So that's the upside.
That's awesome. Good for you. Good for you. And we made the stream on time. Boys, let's look at the Bitcoin because I think
Yalla Habibi. Time for
we're ready.
Bitcoin.
Yalla Habibis. Habibti. Yalla Sharmutos. No. Who's doing it first? You both send me your screen at the same time.
Nah, rock, paper, scissors.
Okay.
One.
I won.
Hang on. Okay, so you go, Farhan.
Hey,
There you go. There you go.
by
We're ready.
by not participating, he forfeited.
Exactly.
You were quick to jerk on the stream. I'm all I'm gonna say.
He was. He really was. He
Now,
instantly
now
pulled the
somebody's
trigger.
now I'm gonna be seeing that GIF all over Discord.
Oh yeah.
Which one do I want? Oh, yeah, let's start with the 2-day. So right now, the silver cross that we've been having on the 2-day is still continuing to play out. We've expanded all the way to the top 38.2%. As of right now, that top 38.2% is going to be resistance until proven otherwise. And the thesis from the last stream is currently playing out, where we went up, tapped that $99,800 area right at the top 38.2%. And as of now, we are still rejecting. And as long as we are below this area, probabilities are greater than not that we are going to see a little bit of a pullback here. Let's go down to a little bit of a lower time frame. But well, I'm going to mention as well that on the 2-day, with the silver cross, momentum is very close to breaking back into the bullish control zone. We have about 10 hours left to go, while volatility is very close to coming back into an expansion phase. So despite the fact that I'm looking for a pullback, it is very likely going to be a pullback that you want to buy and likely leads to higher. Let's go down a little bit lower. Daily is still also expanding on momentum above the moving average, while volatility is expanding from 0% of that. And now the daily is starting to lose the sell signal on the jewel. We're currently, come on. And we're doing it within the bullish control zone too. So if we were to look at the last time that we started flipping back up within the bullish control zone, we can see what type of move we had. Got it right here. That one right there. And even at the minimum, these should be pretty respectable moves. Let's do one more. And fuck it, why not? We got another one here. I said one more, and I did 3 more. All right, now we measure. About 23%. 18-ish percent, and then 27%, very close to 23. This one, a lot less, about 7%. This one is 8%, very close to 7%. And let's see how much it was to this part here. About 32-ish, but we're not really going to count that one. We're going to do more of the immediate move. Let's take this one. That one's about 7-ish percent. 13. Very, very similar numbers. 8%. And as of this moment, that would be right from the bottom of this candle. So we are currently we've currently gone up about 3.4%. Now, if we were to take it to that 8% figure, that would take us to roughly, let's see, right around 104 to $105,000. If you were to take it that 13% figure, that'd be roughly $110,000, ever so slightly new all-time highs. And if we were to look for the 25-ish percent number, you're on $120,000. Very interesting. Keep that number in the back of your mind because it's going to come up again. Now let's switch over to a little bit more of a lower time frame.
Of course it is. It's your bias.
Exactly. Exactamente, preciso, justo. All right. So on the 4-hour right now, we've put in a shooting star candle as of this last closure, and we've confirmed it as a shooting star candle by going below the low of this candle. So as of now, because we've lost this low, to me it doesn't really matter how much we bounce from here, because once you lose this flow, it does mark this as a major top, and you are more likely than not to come down at this point. And now that I mentioned that, I'm gonna add to my short too. Adding and added. I'm looking for, yep.
I'm sorry, why?
Stop
What's
is
the thing behind it?
stop is this wick line. Stop is this wick high because we lost this low. Now that
Got it.
marks that for me as a major, or not a major, but at the very
But
least
a top.
a short-term top, local
Yeah.
top.
Got
And
it.
I'm looking for a move down to somewhere around this 38.2% to the 9 EMA. Probably a little bit lower, but I'm going to be conservative with this because I don't really want to be running shorts in this type of environment. Just a quick scalp and get out, and basically just use that to fund the next long. And this number is going to have more influence once I go down a little bit. But the reason why I think it's going to go a little bit lower is because if you noticed the last time we marked our lower major bottom, it wasn't exactly at that top 38.2%. It was right around the median, almost exactly around the median. Median right now sits at about $97,100, but it's ever so slightly rising as price action moves. Now let's change it to the daily. Come on. Daily right now, as long as it's rejecting this top 38.2%, which this can be seen as a rejection or a front run of it, we would have a minimum target of coming down to reconnect with this 5 EMA. And the 5 EMA is what it likes to hold as long as it's continuing this these upward movements and expansion to the upside. And it likes to reject the 5 EMA on expansive moves to the downside. And that 5 EMA right now sits at about $97,160. 97,160. 4-hour median, 97,112. That's enough confluence for me. I'm personally going to be starting to scale out of the short right around this area, and I'm planning to be completely out, like probably somewhere around like 97.5. And at this point, I'm going to take all that profit and then the rest of my balance and max long this area, probably at a 20x leverage too. I'm only shorting with 5x, which is, in my opinion, like pussy leverage. But it is what it is. 'Cause I'm keen out.
5x. What is this? Have you not learned
Right.
anything from Alex? What's going on right now? Here I
I
am on my
apologize,
50
Senor
on my
Shiva.
50x short already.
I apologize, Senor Shiva. I have failed you.
Dude, I just have no words for him.
Okay, now let's go down. Let's go to slightly higher time frame. Let's go to the weekly. Come on, HPDR.
Come on, you son of a
Sometime
bitch.
today. Sometime today. Let's go. Oh, there we go. 99,890. I'm trying to see what that top wick is. 899,890. 99,900. All right, so we're approaching that top 38.2% while we have a cross of the 9 EMA over the 21 EMA. Usually, whenever you have that on a weekly setup, it's starting to tell you that trend is shifting, and you should be looking for a silver cross to follow after that. The fact that we already have a silver cross just tells you that you should be looking for a move to the upside to follow that 9 cross and the 21. And the fact that you're having them all bunched up together increases the strength of the move to the upside. Now let's see what this wick high is. And as long as you're below $99,876, let's say $99,880, probabilities are higher than not that you're going to come down to retest that 97.1. But getting a close over this area about $97,868 is going to give you a minimum target of hitting this so somewhere around this breakdown zone, which takes you to around this 50% on the HPDR range, which is right under that $110,000 area at $109,000. 80, I'm going to confirm it, 99,900. And now we will shift to the 2-week. Actually, we'll look at the momentum first. Right now, momentum on the weekly is just about to break into the bullish control zone. If we look, the last time we broke into the bullish control zone momentum, we went to new all-time highs. Bullish control zone momentum went to new all-time highs. Bullish control zone momentum, we basically broke out from that summer consolidation period below $30,000, went straight up only for the next couple of weeks. See, the other time we went to bullish control zone, marked the end of the bear market in January of 2023. So it seems to be quite significant every single time that we get above that bearish control zone, or in bullish control zone. And we have a buy signal on the jewel within the bearish control zone. This also gives us very significant moves. If you were to go back to every single time we had this in the bearish control zone. Oh, fuck, I moved my meme line. Last time we had a fresh buy signal within the bearish control zone on the weekly was in October of 2023, when we had our original United States setup when price was around $30,000, and we went basically up only to $74,000. Very significant to see a buy signal on the jewel within the bearish control zone. Now we'll go to the 2-week, and I'll shift to the index. Come on. Come on. Two-week is now not only is it back into this 38.2%, but it's basing off of 38.2% and expanding off of it. If you were to look at the last time that we reclaimed the 38.2% after being away from it for a long time, we will see that it was right over here in this area, basing off of this 21 EMA, which is exactly what we're basing off right now. And we basically just went up only from there. And if we also were to notice, momentum on this area went lower than it did here, but we made a significantly higher low, giving us hidden bullish divergence as well. And now since we've closed over this wick low, wick high, we have marked this as a local bottom. So this hidden bullish divergence has been confirmed. And that would give you a target of somewhere around this breakdown zone. But using the HBDR, I'm going to look a little bit higher, and I'm going to be looking for the median. And right now, the median is sitting at $120,000. Remember that $120,000 number? Said it would come back up. Now, in the 2-week, we're getting. I'm sorry, you're going to say something?
No. I was just gonna say bias.
Oh yeah, definitely my bias. 2-week is getting momentum shifting to the upside, getting over the moving average, while volatility is steadily contracting. If you see high right here at about $99,520, that's going to be your confirmation that volatility is very likely going to start expanding from here, and you're probably going to go rapidly towards that median, which is right now at $120,000. This is going to change in about 3 days and 10 hours. My bias is it does not change very much, and maybe if it comes down, it comes down to somewhere around $109,000 or $110,000. But then that would still be the target of that median. As of right now, it's at 120. Can't really predict where it's going to go to. We just have to see where it happens, where it moves whenever it does move. Because it is possible it doesn't move at all. It's possible it stays at 120 and say, or like 119. Now let's shift over to the monthly. Monthly is now currently shifted below the moving average on momentum, but we have 23 days and 10 hours left to go. So anything can really happen during that time frame. And if we get a close over this wick high, which is at about $95,871, very likely that's not going to shift down, and you're going to get a pretty sharp move towards the median, which is right now at about $110,000. Very interesting. Number comes up once again. Let's go to the jewel. Right now, the jewel is on a sell signal, and it has confirmed a bearish divergence. But this is the type of signal on the jewel where it usually likes to come back around, and even if it's bearish, it flips back around on the first half of the bullish control zone and tries to get a little bit of a bounce before it loses the bearish control zone. And as of right now, we have hidden bullish divergence on the weekly. Monthly is looking quite strong. In my opinion, this is not going to be just a dead cat bounce, and it's likely going to lead to new highs. Now we go to tether dominance on the monthly. Tether dominance is looking like a fresh breakdown because we put this top candle on our last monthly close, and now we've officially lost the wick low. Losing that wick low marks this as a local top, and I would be looking for at a minimum a test of this meme line, but I'm thinking it's going to go lower. The meme line right now is at about 4.69%, very nice number, but my bias is somewhere around this 100 EMA since we're strongly losing the 21 and the 9 EMA, and that 100 sits at right around about 3.43%. And I'm thinking that we get a move into somewhere like bounce off of this meme line, maybe a little bit of a dead cat bounce into this 21, move into this meme line, maybe back a test of this meme line, and then eventually I'm looking for a move into this 100. And from this 100, I do think we get a strong and a very significant bounce. And what also lines up with this 100 is a 95% range on the HPDR. Very unlikely that you go anywhere lower than this area, and even more unlikely that you close below this area. And this is where I'm thinking we're going to find our next local top on Bitcoin and local bottom on Tether dominance. Even if the market the market does continue higher in crypto and Tether does continue lower, I don't think it's going to be immediate, and I think we're probably going to have another phase like we did in spring of 2024. Whenever we hit $74,000 and it just went basically sideways for the next couple of months before we went to new all-time highs again. Let's go down to the 2-week on Tether. 2-week right now is right at the reset zone. We have bearish divergence on tether dominance on the 2-week. It has been confirmed. We have volatility coming from zero at 0%, literally at 0.00%, with momentum to the downside. First time we've lost the moving average on tether on the 2-week since freshly lost it since about September of 2024, right before Bitcoin went to $100,000. Very interesting turn of events. And right now we are just at the median, literally exactly at the median at 4.91%. Start to lose that median, you're going to get a move down to somewhere around, you would usually get it to the 38.2%, but the reason I'm thinking the 50% is because of how much it lines up with the 200 SMA. So putting all of this together can give you more of an idea of probably it's going to go a little bit lower than that 38.2%, especially since it's coming from 0% volatility. And that 200 SMA right now sits at 3.82%, which is slightly higher than that 100 at about 3.5%. Now it's a little bit lower. Weekly is also looking like a breakdown now. We tried to put in a little bit of a bounce here, put in like a little hammerhead candle. But once we lost the wick low of this candle and lost the wick low of this one, confirms a breakout for me. This is in a sharp weekly downtrend, and I'd be looking for somewhere around that 4.69%, slightly lower than there for that 50% to get hit, which is this consolidation phase that we had before this breakout. Probably a little bit of a bounce here, and then I expect the full breakdown to some to the threes. And that would line up with a move on Bitcoin to somewhere around the very low six-figure area before getting somewhat of a consolidation and then blasting through to new all-time highs. And weekly right now is very close to breaking into the bearish control zone. The last time we were in this areas on the weekly was right around October-ish of 2024, October, November, right before we went to $100,000. Basically, we're getting from multiple different setups, we're getting the same signals that we got in late 2024 and some of the signals that we got in late 2023. Both moves, both of which led to very, very significant bumps. If you will, the girthiest of green dildos you've ever seen. On the 5-day, also getting very close to the bearish control zone, just on the edge of the bearish control zone with a volatility expansion. Whereas on the 5-day, Bitcoin is getting momentum to the upside with volatility expansion. Love to see it. And now we're starting to take out these wick lows from where it tried to put in the local bottom, tried to bounce, continued to reject that 100 EMA, and now the 100 is being used as a spring down. And we have now lost this silver cross, which we had to the upside. Haven't technically confirmed yet because we haven't closed. But the fact that we've lost all these big lows is enough for me to front run the loss of that silver cross and give me that target of 4.69%. 2-day is now below, freshly lost the median. We got a retest of the median, complete rejection, and we're getting expansion to the downside. I'd have a first target of somewhere around this 38.2%, but the fact that we're losing all of these lows, plus volatility is coming from, what is that, like 5%, probably goes lower and probably goes to, oh, what do you know? The 50% lines up exactly with my meme line at 4.69%. Right now, we also tried to lose the sell signal on the jewel, shift into neutral. Once again, shifting its curvature to the downside. Very likely this next open shifts into a dark blue sell signal. Daily as well is a fresh breakdown. This was the chart that Crown posted earlier on Twitter. We have a fresh silver cross to the downside on the daily. We have a rejection of the median, perfect retest of this 9 EMA, and we're losing basically this entire consolidation period, losing all of these wick lows, and it's kind of putting in a little bit of a Bart formation right here, a little Bart Simpson. And the target for that, since we've lost the 100, whenever we lose the 100, I target the 200, and that's sitting right at 4.69%. Beautiful. Momentum is on the daily as well, about to break into the bearish control zone, while volatility expands from almost 0%. And now the daily is starting to lose the buy signal in the jewel, and about to have a deviation of the bearish control zone. Whenever you get a deviation of the bearish control zone, it likes to go deep into the critical zone, which comes along with a mega dump on Tether and a mega pump on Bitcoin. Come on, HBDR, you could do it. Come on.
No,
There you
everyone's shorting Bitcoin right now.
Everyone's trying to get on TradingView.
Mhm.
TradingView should have a more expensive plan where they prioritize you over everybody else. I'll pay for
Well,
it.
if you're just paying already, right? Like you would figure that maybe they're gonna extend more bandwidth your way, but probably not.
It's not that expensive, so I feel like a lot of people pay for it. Just double the price and have less people will pay for it, get better prioritization. I'll do it. I'll pay it. I'll pay triple the price.
Great.
For
So you're not going to be negotiating for us.
exactly. That's why I don't do it. That's why I don't. That's
I'll
why I
pay
don't do any of
triple.
the negotiation. That's why I don't negotiate with anyone. The Tesla model is my favorite. No negotiations needed.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I do agree wholeheartedly with that.
There was a chance to put in some bullish divergence on Tether, but once we made a lower low on momentum, that was thrown out the window, and now that idea is gone, and it's still looking like a breakdown. Although you're getting to very extreme areas to the downside, and volatility is getting to very extreme areas to the upside. Very, very likely you get a mean reversion sooner rather than later. And since we've had volatility expansion to the downside, the mean reversion would be a move back up. And I would be targeting somewhere around this 9 EMA to get a retest of the silver cross, lines up with this 38.2%. That would put us right around 4.99 to 5%. Nice retest of that round psychological figure of 5%. Comes along with a short pullback on Bitcoin, maybe to somewhere around 97s, 98s. And then we can get a real move over 100K and massive dump ski on Tether. Now let's shift over to the other side. Yeah, if I was the one negotiating, we'd have a Snickers bar and a firm handshake.
But you know what?
Mhm.
Everyone, I gotta say, you would think that more people have a good grasp of negotiating, but it's kind of like really not that. Let's just say it's not an ability that everyone possesses.
No, it's
if you will.
difficult. It's very hard.
I
Plus,
guess so.
for a
Yeah.
person like me who doesn't like to, doesn't really like conflict, doesn't like to like look like an asshole, negotiation is not my tactic.
Yeah, I understand. And also, so I'm on the other side because I'll be an asshole. I don't fucking care. But at the same time, I also don't like conflict. I really don't. So I don't negotiate, right? Like the guys that were like, hey, why don't you come on a trip? I'm like, nope. Because I know if I tell you, dude, you got to pay for X, Y, Z, Z, blah, 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 you're going to be like, no. And I'm just not going to play. So I avoid it. But if I'm in it, you're fucked. Because I'm going to use all my leverage, all of it, every single fucking ounce and drop of that shit.
Yeah, I'm learning it from Alex, though. Learning how to negotiate.
Yeah, he's good.
Still
I
dog shit.
negotiate everything. I negotiate everything I can. Now, in reason, I won't negotiate haggle the little Mexican abuela who's trying to sell something, but I
but
do
for the
like
most
to
part,
negotiate.
yes. And and by the way, in Dubai, how fucking annoying is it too that you have to go and fucking haggle those people?
Yeah.
So you gotta haggle with basically everybody in Dubai, or they'll give you the gringo prices.
I know, it's so annoying.
On the quarterly, notice this. Lower low on momentum than here, significantly higher low on price. Like, how much of an X is that? That's like 284% from the last low to the current low. That's a very, very significant divergence, giving you one of the biggest bullish divergences that you'll ever see on the quarterly, or hidden bullish divergences. This is not going to be very much help to tell you what the confirmation is because it's all-time highs. You have to close over $109,354 to confirm it. But the target would be the critical zone, which is going to update. But right now it's sitting at $526,000. Let's divide that by two. Still sitting at $260,000. Let's divide that by 4. That's still $130,000. Pretty insane. And we have quarterly volatility expansion from the lowest point it's ever been in history. See if it goes along with the divergence on Tether. Whereas Tether still has 3 drives of regular bearish divergence. And did we make, what is the high on this one? For 5.48%? No, ever so slightly lower high. So there's no another drive. I was looking for a 4th drive of bearish divergence. That would have been chef's kiss. And also, we've got a nice little head and shoulders right here on Tether. Gives you a negative number, so I'm not going to bother drawing it out. Monthly is putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence on Tether, and it will confirm as long as you close below 4.94%. That's going to give you a minimum target of hitting this neutral zone of the RSI. Excuse me. Which right now is at 3.99%, just above this 100 EMA target on the monthly. I do think it's still gonna go just below that 3.99 and hit this 100 EMA. Last time we had a hidden bearish divergence on the monthly on tether dominance it's been a while. Oh,
30
never.
billion
Very
years.
interesting. Never. 2 week. 2 weeks has active bullish divergence, although it's right on the edge of being invalidated. Any type of close below 4.94%, same number as before, will invalidate that bullish divergence, giving us a minimum move to this edge of the bearish control zone. That level right now sits at 4.11%, very close to that 3.99% number. And Jewel's about to curve back around and lose this buy signal. Weekly has confirmed bearish divergence, going to be confirmed as long as you're closing below 5.21%. And your next target is going to be a move to the neutral zone. Neutral zone right now sits at 4.37%. 4.37% may not seem like a lot from here. It is a pretty considerable move. Because you have to apply basically 75% to 100% of that for Bitcoin. So that would be a move of about 4.3%? How much down is that? It's about 13% down on Tether. So you would have to apply somewhere around 25 to 30% on Bitcoin. And 25 to 30% on Bitcoin puts you right around $125 to $130,000. Do you remember when we divided that 560 by 500-ish number by 4? Got it right around that same number. 3-day, nah, invalidated. Nothing there. Nothing. Actually, yeah. This one is, let me zoom in on this. How much higher? This is around the 30 point on the RSI. This is the 52, almost double. Went way higher than this area here, while putting in a lower high, giving you hidden bearish on price, giving you hidden bearish divergence on the daily. And this hidden bearish divergence will confirm as long as you close anywhere below 5.02%. And based on the moving average, that would give me a target of somewhere around this 200 at about 4.69%. See if it gives you any RSI targets. RSI target would be the bearish control zone, which sits at 4.83%, very close to 4.69. And we're coming from many, many, many periods of 0% volatility. This is the brewings of a Nagasaki setup. I forgot what we changed the name to, so I'm just going to call it that. The last time we had one of these setups was right over here in February of 2025, and this expanded to the upside on Tether. See when we had it to the downside. Last time we had it massively to the downside was in late 2024. That comes up once again. Go down a little bit lower. Nothing on that. Now let's switch back to Bitcoin. Monthly is about to invalidate the bearish divergence. First time ever we've invalidated bearish divergence and not into the what do you call it, the bull market, not entered into a bear market. And this bearish divergence is going to be invalidated if you close anywhere below about $95,871. This is the number you want to use if you want to be conservative. If you want to be aggressive, you would use 95,150. I personally would use 95,871 because this is now our current wick high instead of this one before. But before we failed to 90, 94, 219. Yeah, so we failed to close over that. So we did not quite mark the local bottom here. But closing over this one definitely will mark a local bottom. And that's why you're seeing the triangle show up right here for that marks the local bottom. We also have momentum dropping below all of these levels here, while price makes a higher low, giving you a possible hidden bullish divergence with this bearish divergence being invalidated. Close anywhere above 95,871 and you will have that hidden bullish divergence. That's why I like to use this 95,871 number rather than the 95,150 because that's what you need for the bullish divergence. And that bullish divergence will give you a minimum move into the simple moving average, which right now it's going to continue to go down, but right now it's sitting at $140,000. I'd like to see it at 130. That'd be very bias fitting. And monthly is doing that, putting in that hidden bullish divergence possibility with extreme lows in volatility. 2-week has confirmed 2-week has confirmed hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to remain active as long as you're closing over $74,441. And you're right at the simple moving average right now. So your next target, based off of the 0% volatility, not 0%, but 4% volatility, would be this critical zone, which is going to update, but right now it's sitting at $338,000. On that one, nothing there. 3-day currently has regular bullish divergence active. Going to be active as long as you're closing over $93,450. Your next target is the critical zone, which right now sits, and it's going to update, but it sits at $161,000. 2-day has 3 drives of bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing over $93,450, and you're already at the critical zone, so I can't really give you any targets. Well, actually, you're not quite at the critical zone. Critical zone sits at $121,000. Oh, very nice, 120. Similar target that Crown had, 120 to 130, I believe. But he's coming at it from a completely different system. Daily has confirmed hidden bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over $95,847. And your next target is into the simple moving average, which right now sits at about $106,000. And then the critical zone, which is pretty likely considering you're coming from such low levels on volatility at around 3%, critical zone sits at $132,000. And nothing on the 4-hour scope. A little bit lower, maybe it might have some low time frame divergence. Come on, nothing there. Just keep going down until you find one that fits the bias. Nothing there. Now we'll switch to momentum. Quarterly on Bitcoin remains to the upside on momentum. Never really flipped down. We went below the pivot, but we didn't close below the pivot, so we never flipped it down. And it will remain to the upside as long as you're above basically $93,000. This pivot used to sit at $48,000, went all the way up to $93,000, making me very bearish for maybe 2 or 3 weeks until we failed to break $70,000. Once we failed to break $70,000, the more time that passed, started shifting me more and more into the bullish side until we went above this pivot, and that was enough for me to say, all right, we're probably not going to break down, probably going to go to new all-time highs. And as long as we're over that pivot, that's what I'm going to be taking. On the monthly right now, we are currently flipped to the downside. We have confirmed bearish divergence, just like the RSI. But if you notice, just like the RSI, we also have possible hidden bullish divergence now. And they will confirm if you get any close above $95,871. And that's going to give you a minimum move to your all-time highs, but probably significantly higher. The last time we had hidden bullish divergence on the stochastic was, let's see. Oh, right around this point. And we went to ever so slightly new all-time highs. That's kind of what I'm looking for right now, like right around 120. That would be basically around $10,000 off of your all-time highs. About 10% would be very nice. Just get 10% move up to new all-time highs and then start the bear market there while everyone's looking for 250. And the pivot right now on the monthly is at about $100,000, at $100,500. Look at on the 2-week. 2-week is very close to flipping back to the upside. We're just at the edge of the bullish control zone. So flipping around here, the significance would be that you're holding the bullish control zone, and you will flip up with any close over $99,950. Or like $500 away from that number right now, and that's like 0.000 something percent. I can't do the math, and I don't really want to measure it right now because it's not really that important. Weekly is currently flipped to the upside. We currently have a derp of life. Last time we had a derp of life on the weekly was in late 2023, before our original United States setup when price was sitting at around $28,000. And then we went basically uninterrupted to $74,000. And we also have the same setup where we're coming from basically many periods of 0% volatility. Sure, volatility is in a contraction phase right now, but it wouldn't take that much to get volatility to start expanding from here. Pretty much what would, if you want to be aggressive, you would use a close over 97,921. Although I don't think that's what's going to take to give you volatility expansion. I think you're going to have to close over about 99,520 to get that volatility expansion, and that would if you close over 99,520, you're likely to be going into the six figures, into the $100,000 area. That flips the monthly back to the upside as well. And right now, the projection is on the stochastic is on this next open, we're going to be going into somewhere around the 60% zone on the momentum. That's the bullish control zone. We're right at the edge of the bullish control zone right now, while the pivot has not gone up, which is very bullish to see. The pivot right now on the weekly is sitting at $76,900, while price is sitting at $99,500. Very bullish. Because usually, if we are going to make a lower high, when you approach the bullish control zone, this pivot goes up significantly. The fact that it hasn't makes me even more bullish. 5 days now, like we mentioned before, getting that volatility expansion, getting above the moving average, while momentum is pointing to the upside, just about to break into the critical zone. The projection is on the next open, it will break into the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed up above $81,900. Two-day has a fresh silver cross to the upside. Let's wait for this thing to load. There we go. Momentum on the 2-day is currently flipping back up to the upside, and it will remain up as long as it's above $99,100. The last time we flipped back up in the critical zone was right over here in about November of 2024. Oh, late 2024. Interesting. Daily. Daily is currently getting fresh volatility expansion below that 15%. Last time we had one of these setups was to the downside. Time before that we had it was also to the downside. Here when we had it also to the downside. Very interesting. 3 to the downside. Got to be there's only so many of these that you can have in a row to the downside. Another one to the downside. Another one to the downside. The last one we had to the upside was, oh, what do you know, late 2024. Well, momentum is sitting right at the edge of the critical zone, and it's gonna flip back up if you can close over $99,100, which is in about we're gonna get that close in about 90.5 hours, and we are about $500-ish above this number right now. Come on. Sometime today. There we go. 4 hours also currently positioned to the upside, firstly flipping back up right at the edge of the critical zone, and it's going to remain up as long as as long as price is over $98,000. A little bit lower. Come on. Let's go. There we go. And 2 hours also going to freshly flip back to the upside in about an hour and a half. If you can close over $99,400, and 2 hours putting in a double extreme. So whatever move you get from this, I would expect some consolidation and mean reversion after that plays out. So if we do see another expansive move to the upside from here, I expect to hit somewhere around 102 to 103. And then from there, I expect to get that consolidation if I'm going to be wrong on this being a local top. Very, very, very simple. Get stopped for a minimal loss, re-short 102s, 103s. No big deal. Right now, the high time frames on Bitcoin are shifting very heavily in the bull's favor, in my opinion, right now. We are getting volatility expansion from the lowest point we've ever had in Bitcoin history. We're getting momentum flipping to the upside. We're remaining to the upside, I mean, and we're going to remain up as long as we're above $93,000. We're putting in possible hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. We're putting possible hidden bullish divergence on the monthly. Tether still remains to have active bearish divergence on the quarterly. We have hidden bullish divergence on Bitcoin on the 2-week. We have bearish divergence on Tether. Tether has momentum flipping down on basically every single time frame. We're breaking all of our previous consolidation wick lows. It's looking like a fresh breakdown like we had back in late 2024. And we have volatility set up with those bearish divergences on Tether while having a volatility set up with the bullish divergences on Bitcoin. Right now, we are at resistance right around that $99,500 to $100,000 area. as soon as we get over our current wick high, which is at about 99,882, I do think we're going to start to see another expansive move, and that's going to be based on that double extreme to somewhere around that $102,000-$103,000 area. And from there, I do expect a pullback, and that pullback can take us down probably below $100,000, but somewhere in the high 90s. I'm guessing somewhere around $97,000 to $99,000 if we don't pull back from here. But that $97,000 to $99,000 area, I do feel is inevitable to be what do you call it, retested sooner rather than later. And the 4 hour is going to confirm that for me, with the 4 hour just on the edge of flipping back up, and the 2 hour on the, as well supporting that idea. So if we can flip that back up, close over $99,500, that is going to tell us that we're probably not going to get a pullback now, probably going to continue upwards to that 102 resistance and then get that pullback. But overall, I am expecting that 3 month hidden bullish divergence to continue playing out over the long term and tap somewhere around that median of $120,000. And that's the only number I'm going to give, although I do think we're going to go higher. I do think that $120,000 number will get hit probably by sometime Q3 or Q4 this year.
Nice.
So that'll be next.
Very nice. Yeah. That was good. You know, we essentially got expansion from that 95.5 zone. It was a very, very nice. Throughout this whole move down, we were basically calling for this to be a major bear trap. This just didn't seem like this was the dump to really take us to that 91s. And it was just evident based on just how price structure was still bullish. It still was holding where it needed to hold. And even on this dump, why it was a confirmed bear trap was you didn't get expansion once you lost that 9. More so, you actually reclaimed the 9 and then expanded from there. Now, we had Jerome Powell yesterday. What basically happened on that dump, which is something that we were talking about on stream. On that dump down, what we had was a perfect 12-hour EMA 9 tap retest, essentially. You see, we broke out. We were talking about how before we go up to 99,000s, the best case scenario would be a throwback to around that 95.5, 95.6 region. That's exactly what we got, hence the shorts that we scaled in last night. Now, we understood that if 95.5 held, there's just a greater chance of going to that 99.8 zone. And so we've hit that now. You can see we have stopped the rally at this point. And things are actually starting to cook up for bulls. I mean, we have BBWP finally about to expand. Not confirmed yet, but about to. We're now breaking above the moving average on the daily. Now, I have to ask myself, the question, is this the move that's going to take us to all-time highs and leave everyone sidelined? I'm not convinced yet. Personally speaking, 99,800 is a very big spot for Bitcoin. And for me, it just would be kind of, and there's nothing, telling me that this can't happen. It's actually telling me it should happen, but I know how dirty Bitcoin is, and I just don't feel like it's going to make it easy for longs, because how I'm gauging 99,800 is you break this, you don't short anywhere other than potentially 105s, 106. You basically get a free move up to like the $106,000 level. Going to be a major, major, major zone that we're at here. Each and every time that we reclaim this, we do get combustion action on Bitcoin. So we have to assume that, bears are going to show up around here, specifically when we know what. Well, we got a higher high on the weekly. Right, the weekly is very strong. And in this range, we actually broke out, and we're just simply in an uptrend. And with a higher high, it comes often a higher low. Now, what was basically the last occurrence when we broke out from here, let's say? And let's look at it more so on like a 5-day. We'll do it on a daily. I think it hits home better. So remember, we had rallied up in November aggressively, right? Very aggressively rallied up once we SFP'd that, 92,000. We aggressively rallied up to the $99,800 region, similar to where we're at now. And what you're noticing is as long as the dailies didn't close above that region, what you had was a very nice dump all the way down to 91s that took us from hitting resistance 1, 2, 3, 4 days. So this is significant to me, specifically when you have a daily BBWP setup. Are bulls going to get the easy ride to 105s and just be able to ride those longs, and then BBWP fires off and everyone's able to get long and everyone's happy? Generally, that doesn't happen in Bitcoin. It really does not. And what we know too, specifically when you're getting higher time frame BBWP setups, you get the max amount of choppiness. And something I've noticed today, at least, is it seems almost like everyone's now on crypto Twitter content that we're probably not going to see 91s ever again. The fact that people are even considering 91s, everyone's saying, well, what about 95.5 now? We know how this game goes. We got the expansion from 95.5, 99,800 is the line in the sand. Very well could reclaim it today, and we just go to 110,000 to 106, 105. But I'm still not going to be giving longs right now. I'm actually going to be covering all longs. Basically from this point, we've been able to capitalize well on these moves up and down. And now what I'm looking at is this to be almost like a gift. If we end up actually breaking down from this point, this will be a gift scenario. And what do I mean by that? When Bitcoin's in breakout mode, it often leaves these inefficiencies. If we gauge not the 9, the 34, and the 21, but rather the 200 and the 100, the SMA 200 and the EMA 100, more so than not, Bitcoin does like to test these. Now, we can obviously point to this example where it did not. But if we go to the weekly here, let's see something. Let's throw the 9 on. Oh gosh, I just love how laggy everything is right now. Quickly throw the 9 on. We actually were able to do is expand from the 9, right? Where, yeah, maybe we didn't retest that daily EMA, daily SMA 200, but we did retest the 9 on the weekly. This is significant because what we're having now is, is my laptop charging? Yeah, okay. Sometimes it gets laggy when it's about to die. It's acting like that. It's very annoying. What we have right now is the SMA 200 move from 88,000 all the way to 91Ks. This is very significant. You're getting almost like a range here where you have a very, very logical area of support where you have the EMA 100 and the SMA 200. This is going to act as like your range, your moving average range, where this is the spot you got to hold as a bull. Your extremity long will be 89,600. Keep that in the back of your head. That's relevant. 89,600. What was massive resistance should be now proven to us that this is massive support. And this is only going to work if Bitcoin either breaks out and this moves up to 95.5, then we retest that, or we roll over now and retest it. For me, everyone wants all-time high, but this would be the recipe for all-time high. You get late longs out, you aggressively get shorts to scale in, you get this daily BBWP firing off to the downside. But what will this whole move do? It'll, rather than just start resetting weekly BBWP again, this can still keep coming down potentially because we are under the moving average. This could start resetting it, which is what we'd want specifically when there's a 2-week volatility setup and a monthly volatility setup. And how I'm gauging this right now is if we can get this daily BBWP to nuke us, we're going to then see the weekly actually contract into a volatility setup. You're going to see some consolidation around the 89s, 91Ks, and then that could literally be what takes us to all-time high is this move, right? But it's a liquidity game. There's too many longs in my opinion here. Too many, like we were literally able to scale in $1 million margin longs yesterday twice and make insane P&L. I'm looking at that like, how many motherfuckers just printed insane amounts of money? And how easy was that? It was super easy. I have to really look at that as a questionable thing where, we could be like holding these longs, but going to 91s would totally round trip every single person that capitalized on this rally from 91s all the way up. It would be a straight round trip, multiple liquidations, and people would then flip short here. And that is what we need if we're going to get these big moves. We need the masses to not think that Bitcoin's about to break out to all-time high. That's not when we break out to all-time high. That's when then we get a really fucky move that gets everyone bearish properly and makes you question if you should even consider longing 91s. The thought of 91s isn't even relevant anymore, and that's important because the weekly is telling you, and this is how it's always been this entire bull market, which is, and something to note, which was when we were max shorting down, remember this, boys? What was always the easy short entries? the weekly 9 every single time, even on this move down. Remember when we were at the 76s? We had an epic rally all the way up from 76. We hit 88,000 and then rejected the weekly 9. I remember this because at this point, no one was really thinking of a bounce back to the weekly 9 because I wasn't even thinking about that. And this gave us a super, super, super easy short trigger on the weekly 9. Then we dumped, and then we came back, tested the weekly 9, went slightly above it, never broke that last weekly wick high, and then dumped again. And then from this point, went from 74s, rallied all the way back up to 86, and then rejected the weekly 9 again. And then you slightly rejected, reclaimed support, got expansion, reclaimed the 9. So logic says you have to retest this, and it has to be proven to you that it's support. We don't look at volatility in the sense that there's a green dildo, so now it can't get tested. No, this then just makes it more likely it's going to get tested probably. Because what's no one thinking about right now? The weekly 9. Everyone's in bull market mode. And this to me is where this is going to be the gift. What you're having is that weekly 9 now perfectly moving up to that 91K, which is the breakout zone that, again, we haven't tested. We broke out, we never tested it. But also, we view this weekly candles. We've seen this before, 99,000, 91, and then we went over here, we deviated it, rejected 99,800, and literally 1 week went back down to 92s, rallied back up, went up to like 102,000, and then went all the way back down to 89s. This is a very volatile range. And that's why, for me, I'm not comfortable taking longs here. We get any kind of reclaim of 99.8 and 2 to 3 closures on the reclaim with BBWP telling me that this is going to expand to the upside, then we can long to 105s to all-time high. Until then, if you're not shorting, you're not longing. You're just sitting on your hands, because how we've seen this before, this dynamic, is we think it's about to bust. We're getting great price action. This starts rolling over. BBWP starts firing off, and it's to the flip side. And then, right, if we're going to get a move down, which basically is, I think, 8% from here, you got to get BBWP to correspond with that. And this is literally primed to take us all the way back to 91s. This is then when we get the throwback, we're finally going to fill out all this inefficiency. We're finally going to take out all these stops. We're finally going to get the bullish retest of the weekly 9, which every single time in this bull market since Bitcoin broke out from the low 27,000s has been a bottoming point. This bull market, right? Weekly 9 tap, perfect bottoming point. It's not until you start losing the weekly 9 where you get that chop. Even on that move in November, we perfectly reclaimed the weekly 9 here. Beautiful, right? 9% candle, beautiful close. And then we threw it back to the weekly 9. And then we held it. And then we got a real move. I'm looking at something very similar to that within the next week. Now, we have a bull moon, though, so it makes it a little trickier. And I believe that's tomorrow, I think. Let's see. My bad. I was getting hiccups. Where is my witch setup? Here it is. So, yeah, I think we're going to have a bull moon tomorrow. Farn, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think that is tomorrow, though. So
It's Monday.
Even better. We just, potentially start heading down today, tomorrow, over the weekend, get everyone properly bearish, dump on CME open, bottom on Monday, and then we full send the end of the month. That to me seems very probable. And that's just only probable based on how Bitcoin's price action is. Nothing based on statistics or anything like actually with probabilities, but just how Bitcoin likes to dirty dance. And so until we reclaim 99.8, we got to be looking at this scenario here where, we really can, within a matter of a few days, come all the way from 99,000. In literally a matter of 3 days, we're back at 92s. And at this point, it has to be such an aggressive dump, similar to this one, right? It's like we broke out and then we're caught in this resistance. This had to aggressively dump to then get everyone out of their longs, get everyone short. And then at that point, then we got the breakout move. And then again, it always supersedes all of, the levels because it's a liquidity game. You got to get the liquidity to match up with the big moves up. And until then, right, higher time frame BBWP is not firing off yet. So we do have to be cognizant of this still being in predatory, could come down just simply based on BBWP on the higher time frames. they're not firing off yet. Once that does fire off, yes, you're not going to get pullbacks. It's going to be shallow, and things are going to just simply go up or down only. But until then, this on the daily could start being a little, it could either this, right, chop within 97. I have 97.9 to 97.5 on my chart. That very well could happen. Very, very well could happen, right? And you just simply range here, and then that could even reset weekly BBWP. Shorts like me start scaling in here, and then that fuels it. Or how my scenario is, I really need to see this start dumping within this weekend aggressively, 8% down, where people are like, what the hell? I thought we were in a bull market again. Let me short this. And then we're going to know that this is all just part of the bigger plan on Bitcoin. This is all calculated. It's all written in the charts. You just have to be able to decipher it. And hopefully we can. So we have our levels. If we start rejecting here, your first job is to watch that 97.9 to 97.5. Deviate that will give you a really good chance of going back to 95.5s. That should give a bounce. Of course, that should give a bounce. But then, right, for the thesis to hold, I need that to deviate. 95.5 deviations on a daily close, similar to here, will lead to that dump down. In one day, you went from 96,000 to literally 91K. It can definitely happen, and it can happen aggressively. But the difference here is we're not going to deviate this and go down again. Right? We had the SMA 200 all the way down here. Now it's perfectly solidifying this support. So it's very interesting to me. We're going to see. I am short currently. I'm ideally hoping 99,800 holds as resistance. We don't take out the 100Ks. And then I can just simply max long this with the Academy with a very nice size, essentially. Now, if it takes my stop and we end up closing dailies above 99.8, then yeah, I'll be agreeing with Farn that probably not going to get the scenario first, and rather we're most likely just going to bust up to 106s. And so when we know that we're at this level now, it's really important for us to pay extra close attention now, because this is where the money is made. You're either going to long and make a shit ton of money, or you're going to short this and make a good amount of money. Your risk has to be set though. And for me, I don't want to see Bitcoin break above 100K. It's like 100,200. I'm out of all shorts. But until then, it absolutely can dirty dance around resistance. It absolutely can. Oh gosh, I hate when this is so slaggy. All right, perfect, retest of resistance again. Until this is reclaimed, it's going to be resistance. Now, yes, we're expanding from the 1 hour 9 strength. It is strength, but again, this is just a line in the sand here. This is very, very, very crucial for Bitcoin. If you're under this, you're just simply going to be possibly putting in a lower high here while everyone's, max leveraging long again, while we have all of this inefficiency. But also, why would we want Bitcoin to go back down? Like, what do we have on CME here? Well, we have a gap. And that would make a lot of sense to and we don't have to fill this, of course not. But it would make a lot of sense for me to, come aggressively down, fill the gap. We even have a slight gap here at like the 96s. So you have gaps to the downside even. And this gap is closed at 91,900. So 91,800, 91,900. And that's right around the zone where I want it long. So, you're getting a lot of things in the charts that are telling you, yes, Bitcoin's very bullish, but we don't want to be front-running levels. We want to be very cognizant of the idea that we are in a new range, and we can either range within the 99.8 to 95.5, or we're going to reclaim 99.8 and break out, actually, right? It's like when we reclaimed this, we started to break out, and then it failed. Then you reclaimed it again. It held. We went to all-time high. Then you lost it. We went down 91s. 91s held. We went back up. This is just essentially a big range on Bitcoin. Now, tether dominance is, breaking down very aggressively. And on the flip side, my own analysis doesn't really align with my idea on Bitcoin, which is I really think once we close under that daily EMA 100, and I said this, you can be aggressive with longs. Once we closed it, the last 2 days have been beautiful to long, have they not been? It's just based on the EMA 100 on the daily. It's just super important for Bitcoin. But, right, we have a trend shift here. This is a valid trend shift. And so often with lower lows, what do we get? Well, lower high. And what would make sense for me? I mean, coming back up to at very minimum the 4.96, 5%, testing that, and then going to the 4.69%. Because again, it just seems too easy to me to see this just dump all the way to 4.69 from here. It just seems too easy. That's it. It just truly does seem too easy, too obvious, and too much longs are scaling in here. Rightfully so, though. But often with trend shifts, it's just like when Bitcoin breaks out, we often wait for the back test of that. It's like with a breakdown here, we don't really have a reason to be aggressively longing Bitcoin, especially when you see, especially when you see here that daily BBWP, even on tether dominance, isn't expanding yet. It's now brewing the itchings of it, of course, but it's still not expanding. So you still have to be kind of cautious here. And even here we have the 38.2%, almost there, 4.84%. So, maybe we do end up taking my stop and then bouncing from here. I don't know, but all I know is I'm just going to stick to the levels I have on my chart, which is really based too on, I think it was the 5-day. Or perfectly at that, 38.2%, slightly breaking out now, but again, just playing into, this is a pretty big zone for Bitcoin. This is closing in 2 days. So if the 5-day closes above that 99,800, yeah, I'm probably wrong on this, but till then, this is a big spot. Now let's look at ES1 here. ES1's still looking kind of bearish to me. Now, we talked about this bouncing, and we did bounce. I kind of wanted this to go to the SMA 200 before Bitcoin went to 99.9, 99.8, basically. But, we have a slight price divergence here. As long as we're under essentially May 2nd's low, this has a greater chance of coming down now. The next target is 5,550. And this is also at the daily EMA 100. And we know how important that is, specifically for stocks even. This is also, right, the second retest since we lost it and bigly broke down. So this is going to be a big spot for bulls to reclaim. Now, they very well could today, tomorrow, but as long as you have the criteria, which is we're at resistance across the board, then you should be safe and you should be able to formulate trades based on the closures, as long as you know the levels. And for me, as long as we're under that 5,730 on ES1, this has a greater chance of coming down at minimum to 5,610. But I'm really looking at potentially us coming all the way down to this zone. Testing the 21 was keeping us down for so long, and then solidifying this into the shift of it being support. And then what this will form on the higher time frames is, just let me go to the weekly. More structure on the higher time frames. Right? We can just come down around here, not take out this low, but actually come to that 5,530. It's just be looked at as grinding out another weekly higher low before we break out to the 5,800s. So markets are cooking up across the board. I am very bullish across the board, but today I'm cautiously, bearish, and I'm not betting the house, but I am in a short. I'm in 2 shorts, and I'm watching for us to get that follow through over the weekend before the bull moon, possibly solidifying a bottom around 91,000. Fully out of shorts if we even get it at 91K, sitting on my hands and potentially max longing 91s. I think if we do end up retesting 91,000, similar to this LARP line drawing, I really think it's going to act as a spring major bear trap, not like a tiny bear trap, but a major bear trap. And this is going to give us the liquidity to do basically that move that Farn is saying, which is just going to go up only. You're not going to get any resistance until $110,000. And that is quite interesting because of how the monthly is viewing on the HBDR, right? You literally have a setup where as long as you're above 77,400, you should get a free move up to that $110,000. Now, does the monthly just do this today, tomorrow, and that's it? No, it's going to take time, and this can trap bears in the sense that this can turn into a wick. The monthly can start looking ugly. It can come all the way back down, take this low. But what would this do for us? on the monthly? What would it be? It'd be a simple monthly back test, right? And bulls are looking at this as, oh no, it's done. We're front running it. What if we don't? What if we come down and actually back test it? To the book, that would be bullish. We'd be back testing what was massive resistance into support on a monthly close. Next target being $110,000. So, we got some interesting stuff on the charts. Regardless, though, I am pretty bullish, and both outcomes, either now or later on Monday or within next week, lead to an all-time high on Bitcoin. Bulls defended that monthly 9 beautifully. We obviously wicked below it. We did not hit that 73,000, basically 800 that I wanted, but we went to 74s. That was pretty good. We got a very beautiful reaction, beautiful breakout across the board. But, what we're having now is just a lot of inefficiency in the chart. And it's really causing me concern that this is not going to break out right now, but rather within next week. And we need to trap bears again and actually get longs out of the market. And so for that now, I am short. I've scaled shorts. I'll add if we get to 99.8, just like we did. And as long as we're under there on a daily close, I have to be looking at this zone as a new range and us at very minimum going to 97.5. Even on the lower time frames, right? If we go and view, like, I think it was the 4-hour 9. It's like, what kind of looks likely right now? Well, we have a 4-hour evening star. We never took out that wick high, even on this move up. We just rejected essentially resistance again. And now it's looking very likely that we're going to test this wick high into support, very minimum, giving us that move to 97s. So that's why you have to be very just understanding of the ranges. You very well could do this. I'm not betting on that. Rather, I'm betting on this. Maybe we SFP it. Boom, boom. Max long. So that's kind of my idea. And then this will be a literal major bear trap. And this will probably give us a $5,000 candle up, in my opinion, on a weekly, of course. But this is very, very bullish. And it's actually like a major opportunity on where we're at right now. Because if you are on the camp that, a little more upside, before down, this is like a pretty good zone to start scaling shorts, in my opinion. And that's just based on kind of, if we throw the HPDR off, which is very accurate, very, very accurate, but just view price action here. This zone's very important for Bitcoin. There's only been a few times that we've actually broken above it. And so, after big breakdowns here, you do have to just be cognizant of at least the first taps usually reject. So, watch 99,800 essentially. And that's it. We have the weekend coming up. We have a bull moon. We often know those often mark local bottoms. And we can front run it. We've seen bull moons get front ran before. But, it's just like with the CME gap, the weekly 9. I mean, the daily SMA 200, how my system works is I got to get those back tested if we're going to be in bull mode. And it doesn't have to be my timing. We very well could do what Farn said, maybe go up to like the 101s, 103s. But it's like, visually, do you really want to short into this based on like a mean line? Probably not. If you use the HPDR, that's perfectly fine. But this is a no short zone for me. And this criteria, would it saved you money here? It failed. And here, it would have not. Imagine you were scaling shorts at 103. You would have been smoked. And so this is it. This is the last spot for bears to show up before we potentially go up to all-time high. And so with that said, you have to then assume that they are going to show up or at least try. And so that's kind of where I'm running today. I closed all longs. I think I did like 1,000% in 3 days on longs. And granted, I didn't want to close those longs, especially with what I know is coming. But I'm also not one to counter trade my system. And my system is screaming we're about to nuke and back test a level that all of CT is not ready for. And I'm ready to be ready for that. So 99.8's the line in the sand. If it starts breaking above that, you could even use this high here, like Farn was saying, like this wick high here. That's kind of based on my stop loss. 100,200. Start breaking that. Daily starts closing above 99.8 with this moving average now breaking. It's probably then going to break out, most likely. Till then, we are at major resistance now, and we have to respect that. I thought we were pressing a 38.2%. Was it the weekly? No, it was. Yeah, it was the 5-day and the weekly. It was the 5-day. My apologies.
Short printing. So that's that.
I'm happy I added in up the leverage. I felt a little bad, so I increased it to 20x.
Oh, good.
Peer pressure
Good,
worked.
Good. I got I had my entry at 99,777, like the chunky one, and we were $6 away from it, and he wasn't just going. I was like, "Fuck it, just gonna market this bitch," and I market ordered, and he didn't touch that. So I'm happy that I did because I'm bigly up right now. With
Usually,
Alex
whenever I
leverage.
do that, it goes to my original target.
Oh yeah, same.
I know. Hey, by every single time it happens to me, but this time it was like $6. So I said, out of 100,000, that should be fine, and I took it. But yeah, and now I moved my stop loss so I can make some money if it goes up. And now if it goes back to the 99,777, my position's still there, my order's still there, so that I can reposition myself. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just logical. And like, it's not, I don't think it's aggressive scaling shorts here. It's definitely aggressive scaling longs. I'll say that, because all longs can really work with is just nothing. I mean, you're basically hoping this holds. Basically, that's all longs are looking at. And that's basically it. And granted, it is. And things could be kind of insane. And so it could be as simple as that. But I'm really not convinced, boys. And even when we were going down, like, I mentally noted that for like whenever we're going to trend again, it was like when we really dumped hard from this point, I didn't think we were going to just go up to the weekly 9. Truly, I wasn't expecting that. And we did. And it perfectly gave like a short entry. So I have to use the same logic here, which is not really like a move down to 91s would be pretty dramatic. It's like what I said, you're trend shifting daily. It's very predatory. All the hopes and dreams are kind of dwindling out, but if we can really catch this right and be accurate on this, this could be the like entry of the month essentially before we just bigly break out. And this isn't just like, all right, boys, we're about to break out now. It's like, no, we got to like move down 8%. That is like max fuckery. So hopefully we're right on the timing, but now we have the criteria 99.8. And I'm kind of gauging daily BBWP to fire off to the downside. That'll give us that 8% move. Maybe that then resets weekly BBWP. And then everything now is aligned. The stars are aligned quite literally, because we have a bull moon on Monday, to literally guarantee potentially a 73% chance of breaking out within next week. So then I have to really think, well, we going to do that now? Or are we going to rally up onto a Friday, Thursday, and then bigly dump onto the weekend, bigly dump on CME, fill that gap, and then into next week, bottom? That seems more likely. So I'm going to run that idea. 99.8's the line in the sand. You can use this wick here. Basically use February 7th wick high at your invalidation. You break that, probably going to break out. Now, you easily could take the stops here and then, do the stupid fucking thing, and then it goes back down. That could happen as well. We're in a very, very, very predatory environment. But until then, what do we have on lower time frames? Valid resistance. Until proven otherwise, right now you should at minimum get a move to the 9 here, which is right at 98,500 to potentially 98.1. So I'd rather gauge this 98.1 to 97.5. That's it. What if this turns red and just goes all the way down? Now you have to really gauge this as either support, this is going to grind up and we're going to break out, or this is about to like engulf this entire move potentially. And the idea now is it has to literally come down so aggressive within a matter of like 2-3 days that it's going to get everyone properly bearish again. Just like how no one wanted to long here when everyone was calling for 91s next. And I'm like, me and Farin and Alejandro are like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. And we didn't get that. So everyone's now pretty content that we're about to go to all-time high, while ES1 is literally looking pretty bearish to me. If you want an easier short than Bitcoin, ES1's an easier short. And I think the Academy, we posted it. If not, I'll get that up right now. But this is an easier short than Bitcoin because you have a price divergence. And price divergence are nice because a very layman way to trade, you have an easy invalidation. Simply, you take this high, you're probably going to break out to the SMA 200. So until then, we can just play the moving average here, have the gauge that, yeah, this is probably going to now BART down, fill this gap, come over here. Well, not all the way down to there, but, you know, at very minimum, test the 21. Now, it could go all the way down to here, and that's why the TP2's around there. But I'm really looking for like 5,451 to hold. But remember, it's the same idea that we have on Bitcoin that I'm looking at this. Did we ever retest 5,330? And don't you remember me talking about that super heavily? No, we didn't. So if Bitcoin ends up going for that retest, we could do this actually. You know, we have that gap. Very well could do that actually. What would this be? What would we be retesting? No, but we are at the 2-week 9. That's interesting. Is the monthly 9 there? 21's there. Okay, so 21's there. Basically. This is crazy. What the heck? This monthly candle.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
There's so much fuckery on old charts.
Oh, wow. So you just like rallied up, hit the monthly 9. Now you're there. You should fill this wick out, some of it. I don't think you're going to fill all of it. And that's why I moved down to like that 21 would make sense. Often more than not, you do fill these wicks. Where can I show that? You filled some of that wick out here. Boom. Filled it out. Not all of it, but you just fill some of it out. Not really here. Somewhat. Yeah, let's go. That's interesting. Actually. I'm still in a breakdown. Interesting. With BBWP reset, why is ES1 looking terrible?
I told you that everything in my eyes is kind of like flipping down again. Like whereas everyone was super bullish, all these companies like Palantir, Celsius, and others had like really bad earnings. So now people are like, so what the fuck is this? You all said that everything was fine. Right?
I remember
when everyone came out and was like, this is a recession. When everyone said it's a recession, markets went up like crazy. And now there's people saying the markets are looking good. And then the market started to fold again. So that's what I'm keeping an eye out for. And now I'm talking about the traditional markets.
Yeah, of course. You know, because this legitimately is a concern to me because you're like about to give you some of the lowest volatility we've seen since 2018. And we are under the monthly 9. We've rejected it. We've now put in another retest of resistance. You're under the 38.2% and the median with a nasty wick. Like this is almost like a major bull trap vibe, kinda, because like yes, it very bigly did bounce, but why couldn't have reclaimed the monthly 9 then? That's odd.
And it looks like a bullish candle too, which always draws people into it.
You could just look at this as a hangman on the monthly.
Yep. But it'll fool many.
Interesting development.
A hammerhead.
Pakistan has taken down 2 Indian fighter jets.
Wait, India has fighter jets?
I was surprised to find out as well.
That's all I have, though. Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on ES1 because that actually like is a concern. Like it's looking very bearish, actually, and you can't have bearish ES1 and bullish Bitcoin. Generally, that just doesn't work.
No, the divergence will eventually play together for all sides.
Yeah.
Although, remember, what's the word that they use? Correlation. They like lost the correlation. It's not correlated anymore. Now, every voice I make to make fun of kind of
it's decoupled, sir. It's decoupled.
The decoupled tards.
We've decoupled. Their brains have decoupled from their bodies.
That's mostly what happened, for real. All righty. Well, thanks, boys. That was great. Let me tell you what's next. 1 second. Just getting so into the charts right now. It just seems like a nice little opportunity for everyone watching right now on these trades. All righty. So what's next? Rivian and Amazon, both companies related.
Amazon. I would like Amazon.
Okay. Lex Luthor's company. Got it. My hub for all the global information. Thank you, boys. Vamos a empezar el análisis bitcoiniano, damas y caballeros, pero lo voy a poner en mi tabla bonita, no en esta. Y además de ponerlo en mi tabla bonita, voy a quitar mi... Ahí estamos. Ok, antes que nada quiero aclarar un par de cosas. Ya puedo quitar esto. Quiero aclarar un par de cosas, solamente para que lo tengamos presentes. Obviamente estamos en postura alcista y esto va a continuar alcista y tenemos objetivos altos. Estamos aquí en un corto porque técnicamente hablando es bastante sencillo invalidarlo. Y cuando estás haciendo eso, pues es casi dinero gratis, ¿no? Con muy poco, muy poco riesgo. Además, estamos viendo diferentes cosas en Bitcoin. Vemos lo mismo, solamente no sabemos qué va a pasar primero y a dónde, ¿ok? Existe la probabilidad, vamos a poner escenario 1, los voy a llevar a la diaria para que lo puedan ver de cerca. Escenario 1, no nos queremos llevar este máximo de acá, ¿no? Lo pueden ver, es esta vela que tiene un máximo de 100,235. Es lo que no queremos llevarnos. Estando por debajo de esta vela, este es nuestro out para nuestro corto acá. Lo que nosotros esperamos son varias cosas. Farhan está esperando tal vez ir a los 102 y tal vez de ahí tener una corrección rápida por acá y después continuar para arriba. Y Alex está viendo un poco más como estamos un poco topeados, siempre y cuando no nos llevamos 97,800, digo 99,800, siempre y cuando no cerremos por encima de eso, deberíamos estar topeando y al estar topeando deberíamos de ir probablemente a los 90 y, espérame, a los 98,100, que está en nuestras 4 horas, es nuestro promedio del 9, para poder retestearlo una vez más y después dar continuación. O podríamos ir hasta los 91 en un swing bastante choncho. Vamos a analizar qué exactamente puede pasar, pero lo que sí estamos de acuerdo es que mínimo ahorita un corto vale la pena, solamente porque la invalidación es tan apretada que le puedes tirar toda la cocina encima y nos gusta eso. Honestamente, ayer hice $2,000 en 2 minutos en el long con un chingo de leverage. No se lo recomiendo a gente que esté empezando y tampoco a la gente ansiosa. Mi mujer estaba que se la llevaba el chorizo. Y no por el dinero, es como cuando lo llevo al casino y pongo en la ruleta $1,000, $2,000 para rojo o negro, se vuelve loca. Entonces, les digo, para gente que no tiene el corazón muy apretadito, ojo. Vamos a empezar entonces este análisis con eso dicho. Estamos viendo Bitcoin, gráfica trimestral. Por supuesto que estamos muy por encima de los últimos cierres. Estamos en 99,669 en este momento. Y hemos tenido un máximo histórico justamente en esta vela en los 109,358. Esto nos pone en posición para venir a regresar a hacer un nuevo máximo histórico. Estamos justamente en medio del rango del canal. Si lo estás viendo así, básicamente se ve como neutral. Estás por encima del 9, encima del 21, encima del 34 y tu volatilidad continúa ahora expandiendo de la misma forma que comenzó a expandir antes. ¿Se acuerdan que se estaba como dando la vuelta? Son velas trimestrales, por lo que toma bastante tiempo el poder ver esto. Ok. Eso dicho, vamos rápido con el HPDR para que también puedan ver los niveles donde estamos parados en este momento. Y pueden ver que la parte alta de la zona azul también en la trimestral está en $113,000, lo que sería perfecto para venir a hacer ese nuevo máximo y después rechazar, venir a buscar tal vez los 69 y de ahí una vez más o tal vez para abajo. No sabemos, pero lo que sí sabemos es que estamos esperando muy probablemente por acá hasta los 120 un tope local. Otra vez, tope local. No el fin de Bitcoin, el fin del mundo, ni nada así. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual. Lo hermoso de la mensual, esta volatilidad continúa contrayendo al punto más bajo de la tabla. Eso nos dice que un movimiento bastante choncho se aproxima. Nuestra media está en 99,751. Por eso decimos que un cierre por acá encima de 99,800 nos confirmaría que nuestro short está fuera de lugar y no deberíamos estar ahí. Con eso dicho, estamos por debajo de la media y nos podría rechazar. La primera zona de oportunidad está muy abajo en los 86,000, no creemos que llegue. Lo que estamos nosotros viendo es más o menos la zona de los 91,000. No me sorprendería que el promedio del 5 esté por ahí. En los 92,000, exactamente, 180 y tantos. Los 92,180 y tantos. If Trump's speaking, send me a link and I'll post it here and then we'll listen to Trump and look at the market. That'll be fun. So there's that. Okay. Continúa, esto está pompeando, Trump está hablando en este momento, quiero ver si podemos poner a Trump en pantalla y ver si el mercado pompea o cae de acuerdo a lo que nos dice. Muy probablemente va a pompear, nos va a sacar a todos y luego va a caer, y luego va a sacar a todos y luego va a pompear, y luego va a sacar a todos, como siempre pasa en los anuncios de Trump. Una verdadera maravilla. Por ahora, ¿qué es lo que no queremos perder si somos alcistas? Básicamente los 94,814 en la mensual, definitivamente los 92,000, no cerrar por debajo de 92,000, estando por encima de los 92,000, estamos tranquilos. 2 semanas, tenemos nuestro setup de volatilidad también preparándose desde el punto más bajo de toda la historia en esta tabla, que es una verdadera locura. Estamos entrando en la zona azul por encima del 5, encima del 9, y nuestro objetivo debería ser la media, por ahí de los $109,000, lo que nos pone muy cerca de máximos históricos. Ya lo están viendo por acá. La parte alta de la zona azul está en 136. Creemos que eso podría estar muy descabellado todavía. Tal vez cuando nos acerquemos podremos ponernos más contentos, pero por ahora no. Un segundo. Perdón, un segundito.
Are we still live?
Yeah. It's me. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I got a mess. I'm going afterwards to look at a house, and they're telling me something.
Oh, no
I am
worries.
so
No
sorry.
worries. Okay.
Yeah, just
No
one
worries.
second.
It's all good.
I'm gonna sing
All
for
good.
everyone.
No, my
For
Wi-Fi's
now.
just been fucking. So I was making sure. No, you're good.
No, for sure. I understand. It's my fucking disgusting bad. Okay. All right. Now they know. And one second. Okay. Exciting stuff. Vamos a ir a ver a mi mujer y yo una casa ahorita acabando esto, y me estaban escribiendo para preguntarme y decirme un par de cosas. Vale, estamos en volatilidad más baja de toda la historia, 2 semanas, damas y caballeros, preparando un movimiento agresivo. Estamos pompeando 99,802 en este momento, es lo que enseña el gráfico. Creo que este es de Coinbase, si no estoy, sí, correcto, este es el gráfico de Coinbase, si no estoy equivocado. Y en esto estamos por acá. 2 semanas, todavía se ve muy alcista, nuestra media está en los 113,000, en los $109,000, por ahí de los nuevos máximos históricos, es lo que nos pondría en esa tesitura. La parte alta está en los 136, una vez más para recordarles. Ese es un número que tal vez no estemos listos para tirar enfrente de todos ustedes, pero los 120, sí, son una vez más, vuelven al plato. Por acá pueden ver nuestro HPDR. En la semanal estamos muy cerca de la parte alta de la zona azul. La parte alta de la zona azul está en 103,696. Esto básicamente validaría lo que está diciendo Farhan, de que tal vez vayamos primero ahí. Vamos a ver si el retroceso ya se dio antes de ir o no. Pero eso sería más o menos donde encontraríamos un tope, retroceso, y después dar continuación. Aunque puedes dar el retroceso ahora y después dar continuación. Eso es donde estamos difiriendo un poco de lo que podría pasar, pero yo creo que todos ustedes y cada uno de ustedes puede pensar exactamente qué es lo que más les llama la atención de este trade en este momento. Ok, con eso dicho, en la semanal podemos ver que nuestra media está en los 91,000. 444, lo que le da un poco, bueno, no, lo que le da exactamente a Alex la confianza de decir que esto podría pasar para acá, esto caería a los 91,000 y después dar esa continuación tan absolutamente brusca. Eso es como lo ve Alex. Como lo ve Farhanes, podremos tal vez aquí tener un retroceso rápido, pero definitivamente por ahí de los 102, 103 es donde toparíamos. Esto querría decir que llegaríamos acá, ahí es donde tienes el retroceso y de ahí continuarías. O sea, lo vemos igual, simplemente diferentes niveles. Bueno, lo ven igual, simplemente diferentes niveles. 5 días tiene volatilidad expandiendo ante este mechazo, esta vela verde. Esto quiere decir que nuestra volatilidad está expandiendo junto con el precio positivamente a la alza y eso nos está llevando más para arriba, tíos, más para arriba este 50%. Este 50% está en 101,128 dólares para que lo tengan anotado, presente, en mente, etcétera. Vamos a ver. ¿Qué más tenemos por acá? Un segundo. Perdón. Vamos a la de 3 días. Ahora, ¿dónde podríamos venir a apoyarnos en el movimiento, en el retroceso de los 96, que es la parte alta de la zona azul? Eso es donde esperaríamos también la posibilidad de este retroceso ocurriendo, para que lo tengan en mente. Vamos a la de 3 días rápidamente, ya entrando el 61.8% hasta el 76, eso nos llevaría a 107, 108 mil dólares. Eso quiere decir que máximos históricos, damas y caballeros, muy probablemente. Y bolas, Bitcoin pompeó hasta 100,000 y sacó a todo el mundo. Bitcoin did the fucky ass move.
Oh, fuck this
It
piece
did.
of shit.
It literally went to like dash us the fuck out, and it's going down now. Hard, fast.
I hate this thing.
It's going back again. What a piece of shit.
If it stops me out and then dumps, oh my God.
It did that. I mean, it already stumped everyone out, right?
Yep, I'm out.
Yeah, I had to enter another trade. Because if it's doing this, it clearly is going to go dump. It'd be
Yeah,
retarded
just
not to think so. There you go.
slightly
I'm up
swipe
$500
100K.
already. Yep.
How much leverage are you using?
44x. This is how it's played, boys. This fucking thing, you have to be staring at it. When it comes and does this bullshit is when you got to be ready. Here comes again, though. Here comes again. Will he fuck us out of our... No. Oh, I didn't even put a stop loss, so I don't care. I don't fucking care. Let's go. Let us motherfucking go. I'll add to my position if it goes back up there.
The hell was that? I just got stopped.
Dude, it was the gayest thing in the world. Did you see the price in real time?
Yeah, I was on the toilet. I'm like, whoa.
Yep.
Wait a minute.
That's a 5-minute candle.
Yeah. No. It's a piece of shit. It's doing it on purpose.
Well, I'm just gonna wait. Was there news though? Is there something?
I'm gonna enter in the Hail Mary shot.
I think what it's doing right now is just getting everyone out.
Yeah, I just liquidity grabbed. Fucking bastard.
Yeah. So this is good because we're looking at right now at a liquidity grab. I added more to my position. Let's go.
I'm back in. That was bullshit. Lost $2,000 right there.
I lost $300.
Okay.
Hey, risk mitigation, baby.
It is. That was crazy though. Damn. It gives me vibes on when we did that on the a month ago, 2 months ago, and then it was like a month and a half ago
when we were here.
Yeah, put in a major candle and then dumped. So we'll see now. Bears have to start dumping us, literally. You take that high, we're gonna break out. But until then, this could be a liquidity grab potentially.
Now, if I get stopped, I lose $78. I don't give a fuck about that.
Now, if you get stopped, what?
I'll lose $78 at this current wick high.
Yeah, who gives a shit?
Yeah, that's crazy. I guess, yeah, it just hunted us. All good.
It was doing it. It was doing it.
She's predatory, and that's my point. It's very predatory right now. Let me see. Hopefully my blowfin position's good.
Get those
I just
people
got
out.
stopped again. I just
There
got
you
stopped
go.
again.
I'm not playing the stop. It's doing this on purpose.
Damn.
This is crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. It must just be something.
Oh, wow. What a pump.
Oh, that's crazy.
Predatory as fuck.
Damn. I'm out. So yeah, it's looking like it's potentially breaking out. We'll have to just watch the daily now. That's actually insane. Like literally.
It's just playing the biggest fucking stupid game in the world. Let's see what he does. God damn.
This is like a Trump pump. Did he say something?
Did he? So this is what I was saying. I don't know. I do not know.
know.
The 3 minute is literally.
Trump says China shares can't get any higher than 145%. We know it's coming down.
Oh, that's why.
Come on.
Well,
Come on, boys.
That was bullshit.
That is a liquidity grab if I've ever seen one. No?
We gotta just wait now. Do we have any higher time frame closings? Like 4? Yeah, we have 4 hours. So let's see if we close the 4 hour above 99.8. That'll be your line in the sand.
4 hour 99.8. That'll be that.
Yeah.
Now I'm just looking at short 102s.
Watching the 4 hour. If we reclaim that, yeah, this could be the start of a breakout while shorts try to scale in, fueling it. Because for me, we're just in that now no trade zone. I mean, this was pretty insane volatility.
Woo! Continuous.
This is fun though. At least we're getting volatility, and like that's the important part. Is like we're getting volatility, and it's fun. This is fun.
Hey, if you say so. Fucking hey. San Pompazo de Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, llegando acá, sacándonos a todos con una mega agarrada de liquidez de las potentes que sabe hacer. Vamos a ver si continúa este pompazo hasta los 102, como estábamos platicando hace unos momentos, o si va a tener un retroceso. En el HPDR, en 3 minutos, estamos en el 97.5%. Los voy a... los voy a llevar a la de 15 minutos. Vamos a ver esta. ¿Dónde estamos parados? En 15 minutos llegamos hasta el 95% y podríamos tener un retroceso a la zona de, bueno, no, en realidad hasta el 61.8% en los 99 y cacho. Pero por ahora Bitcoin continúa pompeando y está jugando este juego. ¿Qué exactamente es lo que va a pasar? Ya lo ponemos, ya lo pusimos, tenemos nuestros objetivos por acá para todos ustedes. Básicamente en la diaria, ahí está, Bitcoin haciendo, oh, look at the daily though. Look at the daily HPDR, okay?
Oh my God, that daily green tableau is insane.
I wish I would have cut my $1 million margin longs. I would have been up so much freaking money right now. I'd have been up like 50 grand. Oh, it's okay. I'm happy. I did like 29K yesterday. I can't really complain.
Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be
I
fine, sir.
I think I'll be able to live, boys.
I think so too. I think you'll be good. Let's see where this goes. But right now, it's interesting.
So if daily BBWP breaks out, though, we want to be cognizant of like this could start a breakout rally. And it's crazy to say that when we're at almost 101. So if daily BBWP confirms expansion on today's close and actually holds that within tomorrow, yeah, 99.8 could just be an opportunity zone now. So that's the line in the sand. It always will be 99.8. But see, you hold that, you're going to go to all-time highs. You deviate that, you're going to go probably to 91s. My analysis doesn't change. It's just changing now with us reclaiming basically 99.8. So,
damn, what a way to play it, son.
Was there like a 3-minute, 2-minute candle above 99.8? Like, was there anything telling us that this could have happened? No. We literally, we even put in a 2-minute shooting star and then just boom, broke out. Was it the 1 minute maybe even? Like, could it have anything told us that this was going to happen? Yeah, the 1 minute reclaimed 99.8. As soon as that happened, we literally broke out from that point 1%. So, yeah, interesting.
Wow. What a tremendous
Strong
fuck
level.
you. If
Yeah.
it goes back down, I'm going to be so pissed.
Honestly, Sam, I'll be annoyed. If it just keeps breaking out from here, that's fine, whatever.
It is
but
what
if
it is.
does,
Yeah.
if it does like reject hard from here, damn you, Bitcoin. Damn you.
And then that'll be your blow off top, right? Right here. If in a way, like at least the local one, if it just goes back down. Let's see if it continues or not. Vamos a ver si esta cosa continúa o no a la alza. Muy potente el movimiento de los Bitcoin, llegando hasta los 100, casi $101,000 deteniéndose aquí en el 38.2% diario y ahora dando para abajo. Aquí la cosa va a ser, si la zona de breakout, que son los 99,800, continúa aguantando, esto va a ser positivo y esto va a pompear durísimo hasta arriba. Si perdemos esa zona, sí vamos a tener probablemente un buen rebote a la baja y ese, bueno, un rechazo a la baja y ese rechazo nos podría traer hasta los 91,000. Aquí es donde se pone interesante la cosa, volatilidad, dándonos a todos un poco de nuestra medicina, que es lo que esperábamos. Muy, muy entretenido el juego, ahí lo tienen. Por encima de 101,800, tu siguiente objetivo son los 102,399. Aquí sería para el long. Lo que tenemos que ver es dónde vamos a agarrar y tenemos que ver la de 4 horas acá. La de 4 horas, el breakout está ocurriendo acá y estamos en el 88.1%, lo que nos podría mandar a los 98,600. Y simplemente esto fue una tomada de liquidez gigantesca en la parte de acá. Ahora, si aguantas este cierre en 28 minutos 56 segundos arriba de 100,500, querría decir que va a haber continuación. Si lo cierras por debajo, el siguiente objetivo van a ser 99,500. Y eso sería absolutamente algo loquísimo que estaríamos viendo. Boys, I risked it all. Let's see if it goes back down.
I'm looking.
Inshallah, fellas. Inshallah.
Inshallah, my ninjas.
101 is stopping us for now. 101.
God damn.
Yeah.
What a pump. Even on the 2 hour, the 4 hour.
I was so hopeful too. I was so hopeful on that short.
Yeah, me too. I guess that's why we all knew. And look, and now it's like kind of staying there. It's not like playing that game. It's going to dump. It's going to make people now getting longs ready because they're going to go to 100 and all-time high, and it's probably going to fuck them down.
Yeah.
Or just continue. We'll see.
Or it just continues. We'll see, though. 101 seems like there's resistance there potentially. But, yeah, I mean, even viewing the daily HPDR, it's like technically now we have to be gauging potentially if today closes like this, like 101,700.
Yeah.
That's the spot. So,
yeah.
Check out the weekly HPDR on the index.
Weekly.
Yeah.
Why am I not seeing the index?
Oh, yeah, right there.
What the median is right here. You have the breakout right now. This is the weekly chart. Let's see the daily on the index. The daily, the top of the blue is 101,783. And
yep,
the median
102s.
70. 102s. Seems like you were right, sir. Tiene cara
Let's get ready for the next short.
Preparar el siguiente corto por allá en los 102, ver dónde podemos invalidarlo y preparar a esto. Vamos a ver a dónde nos lleva exactamente el precio de los Bitcoin en este subidongo, damas y caballeros. All right, let's go to the next ones. What is it, Rivian or?
Amazon.
Amazon.
Yeah, let me share my screen. Share my beautiful screen.
Here. Amazon. Lex Luthor's Corp.
They casted what's his face was a terrible choice for Lex Luthor. Jesse Eisenberg in that Justice League movie. Could not pick the worst person.
Yeah, like Lex Luthor used to be cool as fuck.
And he wasn't a scrawny little bitch either.
No. You can say that. You can say that. Don't feel bad.
I can't because of.
Oh, no.
So
I'm
we
on
rallied to
sometimes.
the daily upper top BBW or the Bollinger Band, top band, I guess. It's kind of what's stopping right now.
On the quarterly. All right. So as of right now on the quarterly, we'll start with that one on Amazon.
Mhm.
We are getting momentum to the downside while volatility contracts. We have with momentum to the downside, we have basically a perfect retest of our 38.2%. Basically to a T, we came down to that 38.2%. And now we're getting a strong buyback and bounce on that 38.2%. We're currently up 16.4% just from the wick low. We're back above the 9 EMA, we're back above the 5 EMA. And as long as we are back continuing to hold this 5 EMA, we have to assume this current trending move is going to continue and we're going to continue higher. And as long as we are above that 5 EMA, when Amazon loses this 5 EMA is when it starts to start its consolidation. And then once it regains the 5 EMA is when it starts the busting action again. So right now, as long as we are above that 5 EMA, I'm going to be targeting at a minimum this median of around $207. But this $207 area very likely does get rejected the first tap around. And the reason why I think so is going to be on the 6 month. Because right now, the 6 month is freshly flipping back down on momentum. While volatility, it's on the verge of expansion. It's above the moving average right now, but it has not confirmed. But it's in the positioning for an expansion. This is going to be the area where, on the based on that, on the median on the quarterly, even if we are bullish, it likely does reject the first time around. Probably brings us right again. Quick little tap of that, assuming we're bullish, tap of that 5 EMA again around the 180s, and then we would use that as a spring to upwards to 250s. If this is going to be a bull trap, we're going to immediately lose this 5 EMA, or probably just going to break these lows and go down towards the first area I'm going to be looking for is this 21. There is still technically hopium that this 21 could rise a little bit, put in an ever so slightly higher low at that 21, and then continue upwards. But to be honest, that's kind of bullish hopium. That's like saying here's how Bernie can still win. It's a little out there. Go to the monthly. Monthly is also positioned to the downside. Come on. And monthly is doing the same thing where it's holding that 38.2% basically to a T. Right now, we are approaching resistance. We're getting the 5 EMA crossing below the 9. And whenever you get this on Amazon, let's record. Well, not record, but observe what happens. 9 EMA, 5 EMA drop below 9, massive dump ski. Your cross didn't quite. You still got a dump ski, even though they didn't cross, it just got a little close. Let's see. Cross right here, pretty big dump ski. Let's see how much you jumped. After the cross, what is that, 12%? 12% double digits, $1 trillion company. See another example. Cross right here. 10%. Very close to 12. Let's find one more. That did not cross. Crossed right there. 52%. But this is 2008, so it's you gotta throw that what do you call it? Asterisk on there. And you got where is it? Where is the cross? Cross happened right there. Still dumped another 15%. Very, very close numbers that keep happening. Now from this cross, we've confirmed the cross. Basically confirmed. Have we confirmed it? No, we're just about to confirm it. The 5 is just barely above that 9 EMA. So let's just assume it crosses somewhere over here. And as long as price is below $196, it is going to confirm. Let's take that from here and just take around 10% move down. That'll bring us basically down to filling half of this wick, and we'd still be in position to put in a higher low and continue upwards with that 10%. Let's say it drops 15%. Still would be a higher low, to be honest. That's very interesting. We'd have to do that 2008 move to take out the lows, which I don't feel like 2000. We're gonna get a move like 2008 right now. Right now on the jewel, With Jules also flipping around on the monthly, giving you a sell signal approaching the bullish control zone. And let me zoom in. There is a lower high, I mean, while there's a higher high in the price, giving you monthly bearish divergence. And right now that divergence is confirmed because we put in the local top of this candle right here. It is arguable that it has played out because we've already dropped about 24%, and we've already hit the 21 EMA. But your next target off of that bearish divergence, whenever you solidly lose about $185, is you're going to be going towards the 55 EMA, which I do think we're going to bounce from, but I don't think this bounce is going to last. Somewhere around $155. Probably going to come back up to retest somewhere around this zone right here after a range between about 160 to maybe $175. Although eventually I do think it's going to fail and probably come back down to retest this breakout zone right around this 100 EMA at about $130. I personally don't think Amazon is going to go much lower than $130. I just don't see any reason for it to. Let's go down to 2-week. 2-week is also freshly turning to the downside, although you are in an area for a mean reversion bounce because you are tapping the 88.3% many times and you're failing to break these previous lows at about $161.38. You just put in the ever so slightly higher low at about $165. And as long as you are above that $165 area, more than likely you are going to come back up and retest these EMAs, which the 9 is about to cross below the 21. Once that happens, uh, that's probably going to happen along with the retest, probably somewhere around 195 to like 195 to $200. Nice little retest of this area, and you probably dump from there with that 9 crossing below the 21. Right now, momentum, but that tells you that it also tells you that you are getting pretty close to a short-term local bottom because your momentum is getting to very extreme areas. It's not quite bottomed out yet, but it's getting close. If we do get one more dump, that is the dump that I would expect to be the short to medium term local bottom, even if we are going to be bearish. But personally, my opinion is that this next dump that we get probably is going to be our macro bottom. And I do think that equities, I feel free to put it in my face if I'm wrong. I think equities bottom this month, and probably towards the rest of the year, we're going to trend up and put in the major cycle top probably sometime around end of this year to early next year. That's just for stocks though. For crypto, I think we're probably going to top sometime this year. And if we look at the Jewel is right now giving us an epic sell signal. The pink is crossing below the yellow, dark blue is losing the bullish control zone, and it's happening in the bullish control zone. Let's mark with a vertical line whenever we had this cross in the bullish control zone. Right there. Doesn't happen very often. The last one was in 2020. One before that was in 2018. And 2017. Ever so slightly crossed right there. This one is not going to be very big, but still interested to see what the results are. 2016 and 2014. This will be the last one. And let's see what the results are. Oh wow, we're at 101,500.
Yeah, what a fucking pump.
Yeah, big time.
7%. 7%, quite respectable. If it was crypto, I would say that's a piece of shit move. Probably call it a failure. 10.5%, very respectable. About 35, 46%. Now that one is a big move. This one is a failure. It didn't go up at all. How much did it go down? Went down about 8%. Yeah, most people would have gotten out on that, even though they did end up playing out. Most people would have gotten out on that. Can't count that as a win. This one, it did go up a little bit before going down. Went up about 7.8%. That is pretty respectable. This one also went up a little bit before going down, 6%. So even on the traps, it likes to go up around 6 to 7%. And is it the latest, the current one? Yes, this is the current one. How much of a move up? How much of a move have we gotten so far? Basically done. Bearish retest has almost to a T had put in, and now we're getting the expansion to the downside. But and also let me switch down a little bit lower now. Sometime today. You know, there's a crypto shit coin called SPX 500.
No.
I thought people were trolling when I first heard about it. I think it's to trick people into thinking they're trading the S&P.
Yeah, 100. But I mean, come on, 100,000,000%.
Right now on the weekly, you're getting back above that 38.2%. This would be the area where if you can solidly close over that 38.2%, preferably I'd want to see it close over the 55 EMA, you should get a move into that $200 area, which likely does reject the first time around. And it also lines up with the median on the weekly as well. Weekly has momentum getting out of the bearish control zone while volatility resets. And the jewel has now given us a buy signal, a confirmed buy signal within the bearish control zone. Let's mark with the vertical line whenever we had first, we'll do the momentum getting out of the bearish control zone, and then we'll do the jewel buy signal. Because both are going to be significant. I'll take one more and that'll be it. %, 40.68% to be exact. 33%. 46%. Same number. Interesting. 51. 61. 41. And as of this moment, 13. Let's take it to about 40%. Brings us to about $237, which I believe is right around our current all-time highs. Interesting. Another a point in the camp of that the local bottom or the macro bottom has been putting, although I'm slightly leaning into that at the moment. Let's do now let's do the jewel buy signal. Personally I put a little bit more weight on the jewel signal than I do on the HPDR momentum.
Yeah.
This one's not going to be as powerful, but it technically did do it in the bearish control zone, so it's still valid. And this will be the last one. Immediately about 29%, and then 45-ish to 50%. This one was immediately about 3%, and then somewhere around 25. Let's zoom out a little bit. I just used the 25 because it went below your entry. So let's just say 25 after that. So 25%. 7%. 3%. That one's nothing. About 30%, very in line with 25. And as of this moment, They're up about 13%. Let's take it 25%. Trump says the stock market will really rally now. Let's see that, Mr. President. Let's see it.
Why is he saying
Brings
that?
this. He probably just wants to pump the market.
Oh,
UK.
it's gonna be huge.
It's the UK. No tariffs on beef. All that. He's using that as kind of his big announcement thing. And the
Oh,
China.
my-
I think.
Are you
the-
serious?
Yeah, that's
You're
what's
gonna see the
happening.
biggest green dildo of all time. I promise you. I've seen a lot of green dildos. Never seen one quite like this. Brings us right to the top of the 38.2% at about $217. And once you and notice that 200, the significance of that $217 area, because it takes us over the $204 median. And if you can get a closure over that area, that high time frame median, that is what will confirm for me that we've put in the macro bottom and we're likely going to go to new all-time highs. At that point, the 6 month will probably flip around. But as of this moment, the 6 month is still leaning bearish. And that's where some retard will be like, weren't you saying it was bearish when he goes to new all-time highs? People who can't grasp probabilities and statistics.
that's a lot of people.
What do you call it? If it's not a 0% chance, it's still possible. They're not a difficult concept to grasp. 5-day is now about to get out of the bearish control zone, also a very significant change in structure, while the volatility is still contracting, and the 5-day is also giving us a bicycle on the jewel. Right now, we are still technically below resistance, which is going to be that 38.2%. And as long as we are below that 38.2%, technically, like structurally, you should be looking for lower. You should be looking for a lower high. Once you start closing over this 38.2%, however, right around that $200 area, that's where you should start to be on the lookout for some busting action. It's not going to be a confirmation, just this is going to make it significantly more likely once you can start to solidly reclaim $200. Two-day is trying to grind out some bullish structure here, putting in some higher lows, some higher highs. If only the HPDR could load. Right now, we're getting to a little bit of an extreme area, not quite topped out yet. We're not quite to any warning area. We're only at the 78.6%. Could see a move into the 88.3%. 88.3% is usually the area where if you are going to be bearish, that's where you put in your lower highs. And what do you know? It lines right up with that $200 area. Momentum on the 2-day is getting pretty high up, not this right around the area where Amazon kind of likes to top out in the high 70s, but we haven't quite confirmed the confirmation of the top just yet. What will confirm it for me and look for a move lower is going to be if we lose about $188. Lose $188, then I think we're probably going to take these lows and probably going to go to 130. But until that happens, I would be looking for a move into 200. While on the jewel, we're just about to get the pink crossing over the yellow in the bearish control zone, and the light blue is breaking out of the bearish control zone. A little bit more on the bull side with that setup there. And let's mark with a vertical line whenever we have the pink crossing above the yellow in the bullish control zone. Has not happened in a while. The last one was about 2 years ago. The bulls are shifting me in their favor now. The more I look at this,
Are they really?
yeah, because you had the last time you had this dual signal was 2 years ago. So it's pretty significant. But I still need to see a close over $205 to confirm it. Sheesh, I can't even find another one. Yeah, fuck it. I'm not gonna go all the way back to the 1990s. That's enough. The fact that you can't find many of these setups itself tells you something. 35%. 33.6%. And as of now, let's just assume it happens right where we are now. brings us to nice new all-time highs at right around $260. Let's see if that number comes up again. Trump, if Powell would lower rates, it would be like jet fuel. Better go out and buy stocks now. Thanks for the financial advice, Mr. President. On the daily, we're getting momentum, getting back over the moving average, rejecting the bearish control zone, getting very close to getting back into the bullish control zone. You're getting volatility expanding from 0%. Jules is losing the sell signal within the bullish control zone. It is starting to shape up, and we're getting right to the breakout zone, right around that 38.2%. It can close over 100 and a little bit lower target. I was thinking if you can, no, I mean, if you a little bit lower the target than that 200s, but if you can close over that 38.2%, that's what should send you up to about $205. Still doesn't tell you if you're going to close over $205 or not, and that's still what's going to be confirmation for me. Because it's still very possible that based on that 6 months, you could just reject that $205 and just look from there. Wouldn't want to start going actual full bull until you get that closure. It can look really good until it doesn't. Hold on. 4 hours now flipping up as well, rejecting the bearish control zone, getting very close to the bullish control zone, while volatility is still contracting as of this moment. What I would expect to see volatility expansion is if we can close over this 100. I wouldn't wait for this 38.2%. I'm pretty sure volatility is going to most likely start expanding once we get over the 100. And the reason why I think so is because the 100 has been significant resistance basically this entire way through. Rejected it right here. See the last time, rejected it right here before the mega dump, and ever since ever since we lost it, that's whenever we started this massive downtrend. So if we can close over that 100 EMA, it's going to be very significant change in structure. And right now, the 4 hours just on the edge of getting a silver cross to the upside as well. And usually, whenever they do cross, it comes along with a pump, which that probably takes you up to somewhere around 200-ish, $205. Now let's switch over to the RSI and see if we get any RSI targets that line up with that 260s. Computer needs to be plugged in. There we go, plugged in. Any divergences here? Very interesting. So on the 6 month, you've had momentum drop below all of these levels here while putting in a higher low, giving you a 6 month hidden bullish divergence. Well, it's pretty fair to say it's played out since it's done. How much of a move up since then? About 183%. But you haven't really hit your RSI target yet. The RSI target would be the simple moving average. And right now, that simple moving average is at $332. A little bit higher than my target. But this number would update. Likely it's going to go down. Maybe it'll go down to 260. That's what my bias is. But the simple moving average as of this moment is at $332. Let's see, quarterly. Quarterly still has active. Regular bullish divergence is going to be active as long as you're closing above $184.40. And your next move is into the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about $248. There we go. Now my bias is starting to like it. What did I just do? Monthly is this low. This is 178.50. Yep. So this is the higher low. So you also have on the monthly a possible hidden bullish divergence. You've noticed momentum came below all of these lows while we're putting in a higher low. Confirmation of this is going to be a close above $198.34. If you can actually do that would be the same thing for me as a weekly close over $205. Get a monthly close over $198.34. You're going to confirm that hidden bullish divergence. You're going to have a minimum move into the simple moving average, which actually the bullish control zone first. And the bullish control zone as of this moment sits at $226. And the simple moving average is at about $319. What's in between those two levels? 260. 2 week is now about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to confirm as long as you're closing above $189.94. And your minimum move is going to be into the simple moving average and the bullish control zone, which do line up with each other. And that's sitting at about $237. Another thing that tickles the bias. Nothing. 2-day currently has active regular bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing above $183.85. And your next move is into the bullish control zone, which right now sits at $220. Daily has many, many, many tries for regular bullish divergence confirmed. Going to be active as long as you're closing above $183.85. And your next move right now is into the critical zone, and that will be sitting at about $309. Although I do think this updates based on my bias to 260. Or maybe we just go to 300. Don't think so though. Come on. And 4 hours now put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this higher low over here. And this was confirmed on this candle where we confirmed the local bottom. Right now we have hit the ET target, which is the 100. But your next target as of this moment is going to be the critical zone, which sits at about, and it is kind of likely considering we're coming from pretty low volatility, sits at about $294. And since this is a 4 hour, this is going to update several times. Would be wonderful to see this 294 drop to 260. So let's go to momentum. Come on. Okay. 6 month is freshly flipping to the upside, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone and going to be flipped up as long as you're above $141.53. And you're putting in 6 month hidden bullish divergence, which is already confirmed on the stochastic. Hasn't been confirmed on the RSI, but it has been confirmed on the stochastic, which is very significant to have a bi-yearly hidden bullish divergence. Let's see if we can get any Fibonacci targets off of that. Oh my God. I just bias all over my fucking screen right now. It's at $255. Huh. And it's off the back of volatility expansion and hidden bullish divergence.
I hope Alex has the necessary cleaning tools to clean all the bias before you guys leave.
The Airbnb host is not gonna like to see bias all over the walls and in the windows and in the beds.
It specifically said on the ad, no biasing on the walls, please. If you're gonna bias by yourself in the shower. But no, you had to bias all over your screen and everywhere else.
Please bias with protection.
I'm gonna confess it. I'm short at 101.330.
Hey, you're up.
I was
Big time.
Where
should I get out? Now.
You're basically watching 99.8 now, right? The 4 hour close, 2 hour close. You got it. Logic says you'll throw it back and go up, or you deviate it and you can add. So 99.8, you can just secure the profits. And then if it SFPs, you can just take the short on lower leverage. I was very tempted to do it, but I'm not going to trade profits. So I'm just like, whatever. I'll just watch right now.
I understand.
Quarterly is still flipped to the upside. However, it is below the pivot, and it will flip down in about a month and 23 days if you can close below about $215.80. Let's say $215. I would based on this, I would expect the same thing to happen as Bitcoin though, whereas Bitcoin was below the pivot on the quarterly, but it did end up going back above it because the momentum was still to the upside and freshly breaking into the critical zone. Last time we freshly broke into the critical zone was about this point here, and you can kind of see the massive up only move we had from there. Come on. Apparently, UBTC went to 202K, which is like staked Bitcoin or something like that.
Oh,
Come on, come on, come on, come on. This thing hates me. I'm a refresh. Monthly is currently flipped down with a derp of death, and you are going to be pointing down below $231. But notice where the next projection is to be, right at the edge of the bullish control zone. Next open, this pivot likely does go down. If it doesn't, it's fine, but it's more than likely going to go down, especially since you're seeing the dump off the back of contracting volatility. And this derp of death, by the way, has not been confirmed just yet because we haven't gotten the candle closure. 2 week is also positioned to the downside, and it's going to be flipped down below $215.50. 215 comes up again. Weekly is currently flipped up. It's getting out of the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed up above $166.50. Say 5 days also positioned to the upside, and it's going to be pointed up above $172.50. 2 days positioned to the upside, entering the bullish control zone. We've got a double extreme on this downwards move, and it's going to be positioned up as long as you're above about $179, $180. Also, this is kind of bastardized, very bastardized, but there's a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders. Very bastardized, though. Quasimodo inverse head and shoulders. Daily is now freshly flipping back to the upside within the critical zone, and is going to remain to the upside as long as you're above $190.50. And 4 hours freshly flipping up, maintaining the bullish control zone with volatility expansion. 4 hour hasn't given us it yet. Let me zoom in a little bit. Just on the verge of that silver cross. They're literally touching right now. They're kissing. They're touching tips. And you're going to be pointed up as long as you're above $187. So the higher time frames are kind of giving me a little bit of a what do you call it, bias that the macro bottom could be in, but it's not confirmed just yet. And you're seeing momentum flipping back to the upside on the 6 month. You're seeing confirmed bullish, hidden bullish divergence on the 6 months. It can take like a year and a half to 2 years for that bullish divergence to play out. Just tells you in the long term it's gonna go significantly higher, which any retard could tell you Amazon is gonna go significantly higher in the long term. But on the quarterly, you're also putting in hidden bullish divergence. On the monthly, you're getting to the edge of the bullish control zone where the pivot likely will flip, will go down below price action. And the weekly and everything below is now flipping to the upside. 4 hours freshly flipping to the upside with volatility expansion. It looks to me like we're probably going to test somewhere around that $200 to $205 zone. I'd expect a rejection on the first time tap around. But if we can close a weekly over $205, or if you close a monthly over $199, that's going to be enough for me to say that the next macro bottom is in, and I would expect to move to around $250 and $250 to $260. And that number lines up with both the Fibonacci targets, lines up with the HBDR targets, and it lines up with the RSI bullish divergence targets. It is looking quite good as on the very, very long time frames, and it's now starting to shape up and start to look good in the low time frames. Looks like Lex Luthor might pull it through and take this to another new all-time high. I was thinking at first that based on the HBDR momentum, that the 6 month was a little pointed down, but the stochastic I would rely on a lot more, especially since it tells you the pivot, and that's telling you that you're still very heavily positioned to the upside, and as long as we don't break $161, very likely going to test somewhere around 205, get a little bit of a pullback, and then go to somewhere around 260. But I wouldn't expect that 260 target to get hit until like maybe mid next year. That's going to be a not a conservative, but like a realistic estimate.
I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Also, we're above mean line support, so that should absolutely go with
that matters
with
more
your
than all of
idea.
everything. Matters more
That
than
matters
everything else.
more than anything right now. I've learned anything from trading is that meme lines are everything and nothing else matters. So there you go.
Everything. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, boys. Thank you, Farhan. Thank you. Vale. Estamos viendo Amazon. Amazon, vean nada más qué movimientos tan predatorios, deliciosos nos dio Amazon con este culazo por acá. Estamos viendo la trimestral, por supuesto. Y este fue el último, este bajón a los 160. Nos estamos preguntando si este ya fue el fondo del mercado antes de seguir continuando a la alza. Y empieza a darnos signos de que podría ser. Empieza a darnos signos en las tablas de que podría ser. Vamos a analizarlo como de que no. Lo primero, volatilidad. Volatilidad había estado expandiendo ya en Amazon, pero nos había dado este DERP por acá, donde se fue del lado y ahora comienza una vez más a empujar a la alza. Por lo que no es claro el empuje, pero por ahora es positivo para el precio de Amazon. Vamos también a ponerlo en el HPDR para que lo podamos ver todos juntos. Por acá. Ya lo pueden ver en el HPDR trimestral. Estamos por encima del 9, rebotando en la parte baja de la zona azul y también en el 5, lo que nos debería dar un objetivo en la media en los $208. Y una vez que rompamos los $208, máximos históricos están en la mesa en los $250, que es la parte alta de la zona azul. Ahí lo tienen. Vámonos a la mensual. Mensual, estamos por debajo del 5 y el 9, pero estamos a punto de poder volverlo a voltear. Caímos de la zona azul a la parte del 50%, pero nos rechazó y empujamos hacia arriba. Ahora vamos a ir a buscar nuestro siguiente objetivo. Van a estar en los 196. Estamos cotizando en 192 ahorita. Y de poder romper los 196 en la mensual, estamos hablando de ir a buscar esa media en los 214 y después altos históricos en los 250, un poco más de confluencia acá a nuestro número. Además, en la mensual, Amazon está preparando un setup de los puntos de volatilidad más bajos que ha tenido en toda su historia. Estos dos setups fue el 2020 y el 2022, entonces se imaginarán. Vamos a ver qué exactamente nos da Amazon en este gráfico mensual. En 2 semanas. 2 semanas pueden ver que estábamos muy por acá abajo del HPDR. La zona azul empieza aquí arriba en los 230. Por ahora estamos intentando romper el 78.6% y lanzarnos al 61.8%. Los obstáculos van a ser en los $200. $200 va a ser una línea finita a romper para arriba. ¿Por qué? Porque ahí está nuestro promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas, también nuestro promedio del 21 y un poco abajo está nuestro promedio del 5. Una vez que podamos romper los $200, tenemos una muy buena probabilidad de ir a la parte baja de la zona azul en los $230, lo que nos llevaría básicamente a 230, 250 y de 250 podríamos ir más arriba en la zona azul. Semanal tiene su contracción de volatilidad. Estamos entrando en la zona azul en este momento y al entrar a la zona azul, nuestro siguiente punto de choque va a ser los 198 una vez más, por ahí de los $200. Rompiendo eso, 204 es donde está tu media semanal y de ahí vas a los 216, lo que te pone en esa postura para ir a buscar esos máximos históricos en Amazon. Dos días estamos por acá encima, a punto de irnos al 80 y tantos, al 88.3%. Se encuentra en los $202. Para poder hacer eso, vamos a tener que cruzar nuestro EMA 100, que se encuentra en los 196, una vez más, agregando importancia a ese punto en los $196. Diaria, pueden ver que el SMA 200 y nuestro EMA 100 correcto. Están justamente en el 61.8%, que es también justamente en los $200. ¿Qué es lo que tenemos que hacer básicamente para ponérselas bastante sencilla acá? ¿Cuál es la jugada en Amazon? Vamos a echarnos un poco para atrás para que lo puedan ver todo. Lo que nosotros esperaríamos es, dentro de esta consolidación alcista que está ocurriendo, ir a buscar estos 200, probablemente un rechacito, después subirlos. Una vez que agarremos de soporte los $200, ir a buscar esos 215, 220 que salen en todos lados. De ahí ir a los 230, aguantar y de ahí ir a máximos históricos. Es básicamente lo que estamos viendo en Amazon. Estamos equivocados si es que perdemos los 189 para abajo. Si empezamos a perder y cerrar por debajo de 189, sabes que estás mal abajo de 178, porque tendrías que ir a poner un nuevo mínimo y abajo de 178 es donde está la línea en la arena en estos momentos. Por ahora esperamos que Amazon vaya a buscar esos nuevos máximos históricos. Punto. Y que este haya sido el fondo local. Todavía no está asegurado. Necesitamos poder cerrar por encima de estos máximos, básicamente, pero ahí lo veremos una vez que pase. Ahí tienen Amazon. What's next? What are you doing, Alex? I forgot. You're muted, sir.
Oh, yeah. It's Rivian.
Oh, Rivian.
Rivian. All right. Let's see what's good with Rivian. Let's go up to 4 hour. Let's get the rainbow chart off. Nice. Let's throw the 55 on. Nice. Okay, cool. So Rivian's actually looking not the worst. But remember, we're just still in this big range, like I talked about. You know, we have support at $12.30. And what's really going to exacerbate this support is that SMA 200, which, you know, really did get a nice reaction from so far. As long as you're above that SMA 200, you are going to be in more bullish posturing. You know, consolidation above the SMA 200 is bullish. I'm trying to find an example of this. There's not really many, I guess, here, but you didn't even consolidate. You just tend to pump up bigly from there and then go back to it and then form lower highs and then lose it. Pump up bigly from there and then lose it. Pumped up bigly from the SMA 200, tried to throw it back, formed a lower high, and lost it. I guess here is a good example. You reclaimed it, and then you had just expansion as soon as you reclaimed above. On that reclaim, though, this basically led to a 25% pump. So what's the point of this? It's really, if you are above this is bullish, and consolidating above that SMA 200 generally does lead to upside. Now, one thing to note about this is, as I showed, it's a lot of chop around that SMA 200. Even around here where we did, you know, move up, we still lost it, then reclaimed it. It just plays into Rivian's it's very fucky, essentially. I mean, it kind of trades like an altcoin, if you will. Let's gauge the 2-day. I think the 2-day, yeah, the EMA 9 was right there. We had a 2-day silver cross as well, but specifically it was the EMA 100. I remember this now. Yeah, the 2-day EMA 100 was kind of the spot. We wanted this to hold if it was truly going to be bullish, and it did. And so that's a good sign. Now we're at the SMA 200 on the 2-day, and we're pressing that $13.71 resistance. So it just ties into basically what we're saying. Now we're at resistance. Bulls need to get this reclaimed on a 2-day. If you close 2 days above $13.71, it's really going to start looking like Rivian's going to go to $15 to maybe even $16. And that's just based on the monthly here, right? Monthly's reclaiming above the 9. We just reclaimed it, formed a major hammerhead, threw it back, tested the meme line support. And now what you're seeing is you would have a measured move up to that 21 if we can start closing specifically that 2-day, which then will bleed into the weekly, right around that $13.70. You do that, you can then move up to that $15.20 and maybe get a slingshot move to $16.35. But like I said before, you have to really gauge that 21 because we haven't ever hit that 21. And so logic says you literally have to look at this first tap as a harsh rejection, probably. Bull's hopium is that, right? The idea on this was that we were going to monthly trend shift this, right? We want this basically high in February to actually break, leading to a break of the lower high, right? You break this wick high, most likely going to short squeeze up. And then, you know, what makes it hard is you could go all the way to the monthly 21 and still potentially be in a downtrend. And that's why it's going to be really key to take out this high. That's why I have this basically line drawn on it to represent it. But that is sitting at $16.65. This is going to be very crucial for bulls to take out. You have an evening star here. So, you know, on the monthly view, this would invalidate this short setup that shorts have been taking. And I'm sure there's a lot of stops right at that lower high telling me that, yeah, you monthly trend shift, you could squeeze up to that 17. But once this is on a monthly uptrend again, you should be gauging the higher low, right? You break out, form that higher high, you got to get the higher low. And the nice, well, not the nice part, but the interesting part about that will be, as long as you're not taking out that $10.39 or invalidating this monthly hammerhead, anywhere around here could just be looked at as a higher low if you break this wick high. But until then, we're not in a monthly uptrend. You have resistance, valid resistance on the daily, where we're currently at, and the 2 days pressing the SMA 200. So before we get ahead of ourselves, let's just see if we can get back above the 2-day SMA 200, specifically 2 days above 1370. If we get that, then it'll really start looking like, okay, we can get a move up to 1526. Volatility is not reset. It is expanding though, which is nice, but not really getting much here. You do have almost like a trend line regression on the 2-day here, basically from October 2024. Let me take it exactly from this low here on February 2025, right? Big move down. It started from this move up though. So let me do this again. Make it more accurate. We like accuracy in ETA. So right here it started, and this basically led to this move up. This was a failure. We went up, then we started to expand. So this basically is telling me that anytime you hit this trend line regression on BBWP, you tend to see big moves in volatility. Now we've seen that move. From this point, we've gone up. Oh, and I'll be accurate here. Boom. It's a little harder because you didn't get the 15%. You didn't reset it, but you've already gone up. Current price action, basically 15%. So it's not dumb to be gauging some kind of rejection here, specifically when we see the kind of level we're at. So that's just, something to note. Volatility is bullish, but it's like, anytime you essentially hit this regression, you tend to just get violent moves. So, a full reset of this would be a nice shift overall in BBWP and confirm a big move's brewing. But until then, this is just firing off. You're at resistance. Now the 2-day though is closing in a day and 4 hours. And that's why I'm kind of using that as my key, not the daily. Because as you see, the daily is kind of trappy. It kind of looks good. But then when you look at the 2-day, you're like, oh yeah, we're at pretty big resistance. So like ideally the daily here throws back. Well, first closes above the 9. It's closing in 3 hours. And then throws it back tomorrow. And then ideally we can get back above $13.70 on the 2-day. If that can happen, then yeah, this then holds 1370. You will see $15 to $16 on Rivian. But you got to understand that the 21 on the monthly has never been hit. And that is going to be significant. All we can use is what we have with us. And so far, the monthly 9's been basically guiding this whole thing down. Granted, you'll have SFPs and whatnot, but generally, yeah, this has kind of been the rejection zone. So why wouldn't the 21? How my system works is you get back above the 9, you go to the 21. But then it's like, if we've seen the reaction, this entire history of the monthly 9 basically reject, why wouldn't the 21? Or why wouldn't you assume the 21 is going to reject? And specifically here, we actually are at still the lowest volatility reads in the history of Rivian's chart. So, it could, theoretically definitely go up to 16. That's still a 20% move. You reclaim the 21, you will get a move up to the 34 if you get, a closure above $19. So this is still in a downtrend though. I could even do this, get real degenerate with it, do something like this. And now you see, you're getting right at that top of this channel, right at $15. You very easily could do this and do this and then get right towards the end, maybe in August, before you see a big move on Rivian. Because we know a big move's coming. Volatility at the lowest here should not be disregarded. This is extremely low.
Look at the weekly.
Yeah, let's look at that actually. That's more relevant. Oh, okay. So you are possibly into this week going to confirm this weekly BBWP setup. This is giving you confluence of this idea to $15. You reclaim $15. Yeah, 17 could be next, which is at EMA 100, which again, never has hit that before. So we know the EMA 100 and it's on a weekly, so you got to gauge this as the major zone. But at this point, you'll be in a monthly trend shift. So even a rejection here would just potentially be a throwback and a higher low. So it's very interesting, this chart. It is looking good. You just don't want to be scaling longs here. Why not? You've already waited. If you're flat, you didn't position at the weekly 9, just wait for the 2-day reclaiming $13.70, in my opinion. But bulls have control on this chart. Okay, 2 weeks rejecting the 34, but really all eyes on the 21 reclaim. It's been holding us down for a few months now. You get back above the 21, it just plays into kind of, this is shifting structure to bullish, but things don't need to immediately happen. Like Rivian doesn't need to immediately in the next week go to $15, even $17, but rather bulls are going to want to just slowly see this shift, right? Get bullish structure, start getting liquidity to either get a breakout. And with the monthly, how it stands is this is brewing a breakout. And it's, not dumb to assume at least that a trend shift is brewing on the macro. But we don't want to trade off assumptions ever. And that's why we have our criteria. And that's why getting first back above 1447 will probably squeeze us up to the 15. And then at that point, you either roll over or you really do start testing the next major lower high on the monthly. Even on the 2-month, it's a lot easier to see kind of the trend, in my opinion. It's just like very simple. But you can see, bulls are trying to grind out some kind of structure here, which is the itchings of a potential trend shift. So again, it just plays into why getting back above that $16.65 will be key, and why we don't want to get blindsided on a major move up to like 1630, because this 21 will keep moving down. And how funny would it be if we went all the way up to that 21, not taking out that lower high, and then rolling over and forming a lower low? That would be pretty dirty. So, that's why we want to understand that the 21 is now under that lower high. So going to have to not reject first tap and rather break this high. And then if you reject, fine, because you got the trend shift. So that's all I have, really. Rivian is looking better than not, actually. And, we were pretty, I don't know what day it was when I looked at this, but we were basically talking about the 2-day EMA 100. Got to see that hold. If we're going to be in a bull market and this is going to be bullish, it has to hold, because anytime we've seen this deviate, it leads to downside move every single time. And so that held. Now we're at the SMA 200. We could be caught in a moving average range here. That's why you don't want to be scaling longs right here, but rather just wait. Patiently wait for either $13.70 to get reclaimed, or potentially another 2-day silver cross retest. And then you just simply don't want this low to get taken out, and it plays into maybe bullish structure on the 2-day. We're going to assume it's going to trend shift on the weekly, then any dump should hold the 9 and just not take out the last low, forming higher lows.
Do you know by when we'll be at $17.30?
I wish I did.
July.
It's looking more.
Look at the chart 2024. Look at April. On the monthly, on the weekly, you can do it. It's easier. But the weekly on April, which is basically where we were at the bottom, like just now, you can see right now in 2025, like the lowest, like the most recent lower price, it's April 2, just like it was in 2024. And then that, literally, if you look at May, which is where we are right now, it's a pump to the next level, always, which has a pullback and then a major blowout to July. It's a summer and January thing when it pumps. I think it has to do with temporality in the car business, which is right now everyone's doing good. They have this is the months that they sell their shit, and then afterwards they don't, because it's identical every single year. You can play this in autopilot basically.
I remember last stream you basically talked about that exact thing. So it is brewing that, actually. If we just disregard all these crazy meme lines, technically, if you're above that weekly 34, you're going to get a move to the 100. Now there'll be itchings and resistance on the way, of course, and that's where you'll obviously get your structure. in the chart, but how it's looking now is insanely good. You even have the 9 crossing the 21, as Farin mentioned earlier. That's often when you see weekly trend shifts. So it is just itching it's brewing, a trend shift, a macro trend shift and that's really what you're going to need for us to go up to 17s. Don't want the rally to just kind of stop here, because then it's just going to look like another lower high, and then you have to really question if this low at $12.30 will hold. But I mean, how Alejandro is seeing it, it's literally lining up to potentially give us a big move in April, May. And what he was saying is we often do see the throwback in early May to expansion in like late May, June, July. I mean, here you had it April, May, throwback. Late May, you started getting bullish momentum, throwback again, and then kind of all of June, you tend to just kind of break out June and July, actually.
Isn't that wild? And also December, January.
That is interesting. So here you are potentially going to break out. But like I said, $12.30 has to hold. You hold that, you should be, just at least very minimum going to go to $15. Now let's look at the HBDR and let's see if anything what I said has confluence of that. So like what we're literally in is a weekly breakout with BBWP confirming that this move is just starting. We are literally now seeing the 38.2% move all the way at the bottom of this channel right at $11.97. So I'm looking at that as like if we do go to $12.30 and maybe lose that real quick, you got to look at here, this zone. But you would already be looking at that because it held below here, 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 and there's chop. And depending on how you draw this will really matter. I should be drawing it like this technically. But how I'm looking at it is, yeah, I mean, you would be gauging this as a bounce zone anyways. But the 38.2%, if you retest that, that will be the breakout retest. So maybe into next week, it shifts up to around $12.30. These shifting up is bullish. So 2 week, you're literally itching a breakout on the 2 week. So it ties into why $13.70 is important. You get that 2 day, you potentially then 2 day close above $13.70. You potentially then can have this bleed into the weekly, and then maybe the 2 week closing above it. This is closing in a day and 4 hours. So bulls are going to try to do this. They can fulfill this prophecy with BBWP fully reset now and at the literal lowest volatility read that we've ever seen in the history of Rivian's chart. It's very honestly, it's like we can't even relate to this on any of the charts because we've never been this low. The only thing somewhat similar was here when Rivian ended up going down here. Boom, boom. So basically here, when it went down 53%, that's literally all we can do. So if this expands, all we can do at minimum is say like, yeah, around maybe 50% this can go up. Around the 20s, maybe $19. If this 2 week starts really firing off, and that's why it's important to pay attention here. Because as it stands still, we are still in a macro downtrend. So we want to be very cognizant of that idea, which is really going to be dependent on the lower high breaking and the 21 not rejecting us. But yeah, Rivian's looking quite nice. I will just say it. Now, the 3 day as well gives you confluence of $13.70 being important because, well, you have the EMA 100 right there. So I'm honestly liking the 3 day chart even more than the 2 day. 3 days looking cleaner. Reclaim that. You get to move up to $15. That's the SMA 200 on the 3 day. First tap of that should reject. And then you're either going to throw it back and hold 1370 or you're going to bigly dump. Yeah, this is pretty straightforward, though. You even have a 3 day silver cross, potentially going to silver cross for the next, 2 closures if we keep holding above. If we can hold above 1370, this will silver cross. But until then, yeah, I mean, you are just at resistance now, and we don't really like the long resistance with a big wick too. If I'm not mistaken, the green's kind of blending it with a big wick here. Gotta wonder if this is gonna like fill some of that out within the next 3 days. The 3 day candle, of course, because of the weekend it doesn't trade. And then here, look at that perfect back test of the 38.2%, right at 1260. You would have already been gauging that though if you didn't have the HBDR, just based on the breakout of the 34, this rejecting it, and then you would be saying, okay, well, I need this to hold then. Very simple. You have the 9, the 21, the 34. Often you have these really important zones lining, like with the HBDR, they often line up with like a major moving average generally. That's why I always say that, because people feel like they need these expensive indicators, and you don't. I mean, this would have just shown you very obviously how my system works is, yeah, this was the zone to kind of look for longs with the bid at $12.30. But with the HBDR, we at least get confirmation that this is bullish. This is testing a breakout zone with also 5-day volatility about to confirm a volatility set up on the 5-day. Next closure, this will confirm it potentially. No, it is confirmed. My apologies. This did get confirmed. So this is confirmed, honestly. This 5 days looking quite insane. Now we can have fake outs. Like this was a fake out here in February. We ended up basically faking out in quotation marks and dumping 14%. I could even be less conservative and do this. Technically it dumped, 14% because we ended up going up. And that's on a failure, just so you boys know, like that's a failure of it going from above 15 to like 22%. So if this really does start going to like the 30s to 50%, this is going to break Rivian out big time. So for me, it's like, in summary, you're watching basically $13.70. The 3-day kind of ties in nicely with what I'm saying. You get back above 1370, you've reclaimed that EMA 100, you should have a measured move up to the SMA 200. That's at my next target at $15 perfectly, actually. It's like lining up scaringly nicely. This should be a big zone. You're either going to reject rollover and still keep the monthly trend down, or you're going to start reclaiming this SMA 200 on the 3-day. Dailies above 1530 will be really good for me, right? This is a big zone. $15 is very big for Rivian. I mean, this is what held our low when we capitulated down. It found some footing around $15 before going all the way to $22. And then we lost it. We dumped. Rejected it, reclaimed it. Once you reclaimed that, boom, broke out. From that $15 reclaim, you literally went to $28. Then you came back down, you retested it, you held it, and then boom, from $15, you moved up $24. And then you lost it here, and you deviated it, rejected, and then just been resistance, literally since December of 2024. So for a year, it's been resistance, or my apologies. Since basically last year, December, it's been holding us down 1530. So that has to really, tell us that, yeah, this is a big zone for Rivian. And as I've showed you, generally speaking, the big moves happen once 1530 is reclaimed. I mean, this is as obvious as it comes. The resistance, reclaimed it, and then as soon as you reclaimed it, you broke out. So that's why, for me, if you're not positioned, just sit on your hands. You're at resistance now. This has a possibility of breaking out, but even if it broke out, let's just say a green dildoed up to 15. Okay, that's fine. You don't FOMO 15. You do this, and then you do this, and that's your bullish structure, and you have your stop here. Simple. But you just don't want a long resistance without confirmation. No trigger, no trade. And this isn't getting me a long trigger yet. It's close to it, but it's not. And what we've seen on Rivian is right when we're about to do these big volatility setups, it can quickly shift in favor of bears, and we just nuke. So we want to be very cautious when trading Rivian. It's very much like an altcoin, really it is. You have the SMA 200 right here. You have the 3-day EMA 100, and you have the daily here. And you're potentially going to reclaim the daily 9. So if the daily 9 gets reclaimed, you got to look at that as basically to be your spot to hold, because when Rivian's in bull mode, it does like to ride the daily 9 very easily. I mean, when it's in bull mode, it rides the daily 9. So there's no need to overcomplicate it. This is just like basically slowly churning the bullish, and that's evident with the daily 9 getting reclaimed. But again, this is telling me this isn't a place to start aggressively longing. You're now waiting for either the throwback to the 9, maybe the 21, getting your structure here, and then you can make your move up. And if you want to, get confirmation, 3-day close above that EMA 100 will take you to $15. So then now you can easily just, long this, bid it. And if this starts losing it, cut it. Because from this zone, this is still a potential 10% move, which is pretty nice, actually. So basically, in summary, you're watching for a little pullback on Rivian here. That pullback should just hold the daily 9 before going up above 1370. If 1370 can get reclaimed, that should take us to the 1530. And we do not want to disregard this zone, because right in the zone, you have the monthly 21, right at $16. You have the 1530 meme line, which has been a very solid metric on Rivian, line in the sand kind of thing. Above it's very bullish, and under it's very bearish. But then you also have then the 3-day SMA 200 right there. And this is relevant because we've never in the history of Rivian's chart tested that. So for me, it's like you got lots of things telling you $15 to $16 is big resistance, which is unfortunate because bulls need to get back above $16.65. Even trading a tick above that will be good for me to then say, yeah, this is in a macro uptrend. But until then, there's potential with potentially breaking this wick to then squeeze up to the $15, but you don't want to be the guy just scaling longs at resistance. That doesn't seem logical. You can easily just wait for this. And then if we're going to be bullish, it should hold the EMA 100. And then we can get another shot at the SMA 200. It's kind of how I'm looking at it. First tap should reject. If we're bullish, this should hold. And then we probably go back up again. And then that's the breakout move. And then, you're then just watching for 15, basically 30 to hold. Because we know anytime this holds after being down, this is where you break out on Rivian. And this could actually be quite relevant because if 1530 is the breakout zone and we start reclaiming that, but we're still under that lower high, it could be telling you that we're actually about to squeeze up, and short squeeze basically bears out of here if we start reclaiming 1530. Because it's you are going to squeeze big once this $16 gets taken out. And I just am only basing that on the shooting star here, the evening star, my apologies. I'm sure a lot of shorts are, their stop losses are probably right there. And they've been basically easy profits for months. So you got to assume that there's probably a lot of stingy shorts that are no, this is a scam pump. This is a scam pump. And then this just literally starts breaking out. Next target, if we do break this wick high, will be 1760 to 1890, which I think, no, nothing. So yeah, that's all I have on Rivian. It's looking better than not. I think patience will pay on this chart, and really just being observant on the levels. Understanding what we're looking at, which is basically 1370 to take you to 1530. 1530 gets reclaimed. That's your breakout confirmation. And we've easily seen Rivian do major moves from that point. 23%, 59%. Even here when it got, no, I can't say that. And then here, 65%, and then that's it. So every single time it reclaims it, other than here, but it wasn't even under it though. So anytime it reclaims it when it's just held under for a while, that's a spring, right? Reclaimed it after it was under for a while, spring. And then here, but it failed to hold it, and so you dumped. And so that's kind of how I'm viewing it. 1530 is your spring level. That's the goal for bulls. You get back above there, specifically on a weekly, you're going to move aggressively up, and you easily could move up to the 19s on Rivian. If things get insane on Rivian, $22, I'd say, max. And then you're going to probably reject hard. But that's crazy because it's at $13. So you're talking about a potential, 67%. And I think you invested in this, Alejandro, around here. So you're probably bricked up, actually.
Well, it's like fucking Tesla. I am excited, but I
Your
have
bids.
more money.
Yeah. Because like I was properly bearish on this, calling for 6, but it still could happen. But like it could happen. Of course, it could happen. The trend is still down. If the monthly trend shifts, though, that $6 will be out of question, in my opinion. We can then look at that later on, but it'll really be telling me there's no signs of that then, because you even have the median at 772, which is good. That's really good. When levels looking like it's really just like daunting, and Rivian's a chart that literally goes down only, and it just seems blaring obvious that $6 is next. It makes sense that it didn't come. I mean, the chart didn't come. It's not coming. So, it's just like, it's okay to be wrong. Like we can shift. I was saying $6 in the beginning of this year, but we didn't really break down from here. We put in bullish structure. I drew this green line showing you we got to break this. We got to break this low and then we'll get it. We didn't do that. And so now we're moving up. The monthly 9 got reclaimed. It's not dumb to be assuming Rivian's about to move up to $15 to maybe $16. But we're not going to trade on assumptions. So you're going to use the 3-day to guide you. Because if you are on that assumption and you're not positioned, why wouldn't you use the 3-day? Get above there, go to here. Simple. And there you have confirmation, confidence, and you have volatility telling you that's okay. Whereas here, you could just do this even. And do this, and that, and this. Like, that's not fun trading. We want immediate results. Most people do in this game, which you never get. But, sticking to the levels, you do end up at least getting somewhat of fast results than just scaling longs here, playing in the middle, blah, blah, blah. So watch 1370. That should take you to 1530 if it gets reclaimed. 1530 is your spring. I mean, you get back above 1370, even on like a 3-day, 2-day closure, as history has shown, that has just led to like 20% moves minimum. So yeah, and the time temporality of it kind of lines up with a big move on Rivian. And even looking at the weekly here, I mean, it's like, damn, it's like very obviously yelling 17 is next, but that's assuming that this then trend shifts. So we'll see. We will see.
Let's motherfucking do it. Thank you so much. That was great.
Yeah.
Fucking
Hopefully that made sense. I know it's kind of everywhere, but it does make sense. It really does, in my opinion.
But the cars. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Estamos viendo Rivian. La razón por la que estamos viendo Rivian en este momento en la semanal es por dos cosas. Uno, tenemos un setup de volatilidad que se está presentando en este momento por acá, lo pueden ver. Este setup de volatilidad va a ser confirmado en el cierre de esta semana en 1 día y 4 horas. Vamos a ver para dónde está apuntando el precio. Por ahora también les quiero enseñar esto, por eso estamos en la semanal. ¿Qué fue esto? Abril del 2024. ¿Qué fue esto? Breakout hasta acá y bajón. Mayo del 2024. ¿Qué fue el pompazo? Julio del 2024. Dirás, oye, Alejandro, ¿no va a pasar este año también? Bueno, abril del 2023, pompazo. Mayo del 2023 y nos fuimos hasta los 27 a julio. ¿Ok? Ahora, el 2022 no estoy seguro, no lo seguí. Vamos a ver acá. ¡Ja! Mayo, julio del 2022. Lleva 3 años seguidos haciendo lo mismo. ¿Ok? 3. Ahora, ¿dónde estamos parados? Marzo, abril, mayo y julio. ¿Ok? Probablemente estos 17.34 lo vayamos a tocar ahora en julio. ¿Ok? Y simplemente, ¿por qué? Porque viendo la tabla que se ve alcista, temporalidad, porque claramente Rivian es un negocio de temporalidades, porque estás vendiendo un coche, los coches se compran en ciertas temporadas más que en otras, y obviamente el precio de la acción nos lo está diciendo, y es por eso que se repite una y otra y otra y otra y otra vez. Por eso mucha gente ve esto y dice, güey, ¿cómo es que se está repitiendo? Es simplemente porque es el mismo negocio, que tiene el mismo tipo de temporalidades. Es como cuando vendes casas, ¿no? Y hay tiempos donde la gente simplemente no está comprando casa. El verano es un tiempo muy popular para cambiarte de casa. En noviembre nadie se quiere cambiar, todo el mundo está quedándose. Entonces, siempre tienes temporalidades y es justo lo que estamos viendo. Rivian ha estado aguantando desde el mínimo en los 8.27, 8.28 y ha aguantado muy bien en esta línea, en esta línea en diagonal alcista. Nos detuvo acá en los 9.50, nos detuvo acá en los 10.40 y ahora continuamos. Ahora, este triángulo que viene desde no sé cuándo, porque Rivian ha tenido un máximo histórico, me parece que en 180, 140, no me acuerdo cuál es la de Roblox y cuál es la de Rivian, ahorita lo vemos. Hemos estado en una tendencia bajista definitivamente y esto podría ser el principio de la ruptura de esa tendencia. Ahora, un madrazo a esta zona y después caer, ponte tú acá, esto nos podría todavía en esta tendencia alcista, pero no es confirmado hasta que te lleves mínimo los 18.88. Si llegamos al 17.32 y te rechaza, todavía no confirmas del todo que es una tendencia alcista, lo único que está haciendo es mínimos más altos, pero continuarías haciendo altos más bajos relativos a todo lo que habías visto antes, menos en este. Pero esto ya lo pone en una postura bastante alcista. Ahora, importante para toda la gente que invierte en esta cosa entender que van a sacar a un piloto automático como Tesla, tienen inversión de Volkswagen. Para mí, la razón por la que yo les decía cuando veía el precio por acá de que se iba a caer y que no se iba a caer, es porque, güey, no tiene sentido alguno que Rivian valga lo mismo que valió hace poco, que eran como 9,000 millones de dólares cuando estaba aquí abajo. Y la razón por qué es porque tienen mucho más dinero que eso y inversiones de Volkswagen y otros manufactureros. No tendría sentido. Entonces, la acumulación de Rivian era cada que entraras en este rango por ahora, porque todavía tienes toda la temporalidad que te apoya año a año a que vas a trepar. Por ahora, siempre y cuando no perdamos los 12.50, que es donde está tu promedio del 21 en la semanal, vas a tener una gran probabilidad de ir a visitar estos 17.30. Obviamente, vas a tener retrocesos, pullbacks y todo en el camino, pero esto es lo más sano para pensar en esto. ¿Dónde estamos mal? Si te llevas 10.37 a la baja. Por ahora, simplemente viendo el gráfico tal cual, te darás cuenta que el 55, que es perdón, la línea naranja que viene por acá abajo, nunca lo hemos retomado, siempre lo hemos hecho un SFP, 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 y ahora ahí vamos una vez más a probablemente hacer otro tipo de SFP, porque después vienen las malas noticias de Rivian, ¿no? Después de que pasa el verano, salen no sé qué números o cómo es la relación de qué día pasa qué, y de ahí volverías a caer, tener otro retroceso, y ahí es donde vamos a ver la verdad, porque estos retrocesos que pasan en abril, después del gran subidón, vienen los de diciembre, noviembre, exactamente, noviembre, octubre del 2024, ¡pum! Subidongo, adivinan qué, noviembre del 2023. Vamos a ver a dónde nos va a dejar noviembre después de esto. Si nos va a trepar hasta acá para empezar y después noviembre se va a aguantar acá, o noviembre va a caer acá, o noviembre va a caer acá, o noviembre va a caer acá. Esa va a ser la pregunta del siglo. Pero por ahora, básicamente la tienes bastante fácil. Lo único que tienes que hacer es no perder este mínimo en los 12.50 por ahora para dar continuación a esta tendencia alcista e ir a buscar literalmente estos 17.31. Ahí lo tienen, esto es Rivian, no tenemos que complicar esto nada más. Vámonos a Nvidia.
Next is the
Oh, Coinbase.
Coinbase. Yeah, I
The
couldn't even
base of
think
the
for a
coin.
second. Let me
It's the
share
base,
my
the base of the coin.
the Coinbase is in this place.
And by
I
the
could-
way,
I can- Mhm.
Alex, was it Rivian or Nvidia now? I think we fucked up. I thought he was Nvidia.
I think it was Nvidia and Coinbase.
Yeah, me too. But we'll take Alex's Rivian.
We're gonna take his Rivian away.
Which- well,
Damn,
no,
thanks, Alex.
no. We'll take his analysis, and also at the same time, Brian is the first one who asked, and he wanted to see Rivian. So in a way, Alex kind of read the. He has a magic crystal. Let's just call it that.
Oh, I thought we were taking away his truck.
No,
Don't
no,
take
we're
that
not.
my truck. Thank you, sir.
Don't you dare touch Alex's Rivian. So we're gonna start on the There's an update. We'll do the 2-week. So right now on the 2-week, momentum is starting to shift back up. It's getting back, just about to get back out of the bearish control zone, while volatility as of this moment is still contracting. What I'm waiting for to see to confirm volatility expansion is going to be a close over this 21 EMA, because you do have a cross below the 9 and the 21, which signals that the trend is currently to the downside. But what's very reassuring to see is that we have a nice little reversal candle over here right at this 100 EMA. It is giving you a sign of a possible reversal. It's just not quite confirmed yet. You have confirmed a short-term local bottom, just not a macro local bottom, by closing over this one. This wick high did confirm a short-term local bottom. What's going to confirm a long-term macro bottom for me is going to be the first step is going to be closing over this 21 EMA at about 200 and was that $221. That's going to activate and move up to this 38.2%. This is going to be where it all comes down to. If you can start accepting over this 38.2% to $254, not only are you going to go, not only are you going to get some busting action, probably going to go up pretty aggressively. And right now that comes along with momentum coming from very, very extreme low. Usually whenever you come from this low on momentum, you like to go to somewhere around the 88.3%, 88.3%, 88.3%, actually even higher to like the 95% right here, went up to the 100%. From this area, same level of momentum, went up to the 100%. Momentum went up to the 100%. So at an absolute minimum, if we look at the 88.3% to the upside, that would put Coinbase at around $500 a share. I'm not saying it's going to go to $500 a share, because the 88.3% can move very heavily. But even if it goes down, say it moves down $200, that's still $300 a share. That's still 50% higher from where we are right now. I'd be happy with that. Let's see if we can get it down on monthly. Monthly is also positioned to the upside on momentum, and monthly has volatility expansion, whereas 2-week doesn't quite have that yet. And monthly has now gotten a solid close over the median. This is the first time we've gotten a fresh close over the median on Coinbase since late 2024. So also Coinbase, just like crypto or just like Bitcoin, is giving you the signs that we haven't had since late 2024, kind of telling you that you should be prepared for some busting action. We have basically a perfect retest of this median, front ran it by just a little bit, and we're getting a quick buyback off of that, and we're getting expansion. You gotta remember, we're only like 8 days into the month. So 8 days into the month on a monthly candle is a pretty rapid buyback. And as of right now, we're very, very close to the bullish control zone. We haven't quite gotten there yet. For me, what's probably going to signify that we're probably going to go into the bullish control zone is if we can accept above this meme line and this 9 EMA. And it's sitting right around that $215 area. You can start accepting above that. Momentum will very likely go into the bullish control zone. And the last time we freshly took momentum into the bullish control zone was in December of 2022 at the end of the bear market. And then we just stayed in the bullish control zone for about 2 years. And probably that's not going to happen this time around. I don't think we're going to get a 2-year bull market. Probably we're just going to make one more swipe up, and that's probably going to be our blow off top. For the weekly. Weekly is now also positioned to the upside, very close to entering into the bullish control zone, while volatility is very close to expansion, just at the moving average right now. What I want to see is a close over this 38.2%, which we're just at right now. It's at $210.17, like a ball sack here away from where we are right now. You can get a close over that. That's good. That's likely going to take you up to the 50% at a minimum, which is the significance of getting to the 50% is that you're going to be over the 21 EMA. So as you can see right now, they're very close to silver crossing to the downside. They haven't quite done it yet. It's going to take around another probably minimum one closure, but but maybe 2 closures to confirm that silver cross. And you would have to be below $215 to confirm it. If you can get that close over the 38.2%, it's going to take you to the 50%, which is going to be over that 21 EMA, and it's going to prevent them from silver crossing. And usually whenever you come this close to silver crossing and you don't silver cross, all of the people who front ran that silver cross are going to get absolutely fucked. And that's where you get the massive liquidity sweep and the big ass short squeeze. On the weekly, right now we have a buy signal on the jewel in the bearish control zone, and we're very close to breaking out of the bearish control zone. Let's take this vertical line and put it in the bearish control zone and see what happens. You can call me the vertical line guy now.
Ooh, exotic.
Joe. Exotic.
He says exotic.
Retard.
That's funny.
You know the one person you forgot to pardon, Mr. President? It's Joe Exotic.
Why didn't he?
It's
He
because
should
Joe's
have
gay.
actually.
That's why he didn't do it. It was a
Yeah,
homophobe thing.
He was really against the LGBTQYZF.
The
W.
LGHDTV community.
Exactly.
Let's see. Very similar, 26, 26. 149. That's a little bit unsimilar. I don't know what the word is for or whatever the word is. I can't think of it. Different. 164. 103. I'm gonna be like that one jock in his 80s or from high school is like, remember that one football game in senior year with my Coinbase? Remember when I said to buy Coinbase at $70?
Yeah.
Let's take it around 26%, see what we get. Takes us to right around $220, basically perfectly to that 50%. Now, just for funsies, let's see 100%. Be about $350. Basically at all-time highs. It's pretty. It's 100% move. No, it's forward about 100. Now let's go down a little bit. Now I'm going to switch to the RSI. See if there's any divergences. Coinbase has monthly bearish divergence, just like Bitcoin, but it's very, very close to invalidating, and it will invalidate if you can close above $211.62. Not only will it invalidate your hidden bullish divergence, but it's going to put in a drive of hidden. Not only is it going to validate your regular bullish bearish divergence, it's going to put in a drive of hidden bullish divergence. Regular bearish divergence, it's going to put in a drive of hidden bullish divergence. I don't know why that was so difficult for me to say, and that will give you a target of hitting
Oh.
at a minimum of this neutral zone. Sometimes I'm just autistic. That's my excuse.
Same.
And that neutral zone is right now sitting at about $265 roughly. And then your next area is going to be the simple moving average, which is about $433. And that's about what we would get if we did a 100% move off that jewel signal. I mean, we have had 300% moves off that jewel buy signal, so it's not unheard of to do a 100% move off of one. 2 week. Let me zoom in a little bit. Slightly lower low. No. Hopium was a higher low. 5 days put in a fresh drive regular bullish divergence. You confirmed it whenever you close this candle here. And right now, your first target is going to be the edge of the bearish control zone, which is at about $226. Your next target is going to be the neutral zone, which is strong possibility coming from this level of volatility below 50%. And that will be at about just below $300 at $291. And your bullish control zone, which is a little bit less likely since you're not that low on volatility, that's about $400. So let me go step points towards $400. Although I'll probably just call it a day at 300 to be honest. Don't need to get greedy. I will switch to the momentum. Do I have coin? I do have coin. This is the biggest United States setup I've ever seen in my life, and it's still holding this area here. As long as it's not closing below about $146.12. This United States setup is still valid. Momentum on the monthly is currently positioned to the downside and is going to be flipped down as long as you're below $287. Oh my God. And now the projection is that on this next open, you're going to be right at the edge of the bearish control zone. This is where it's going to all come down to where the pivot goes whenever this candle closes. Because if this pivot drops significantly, this is going to tell us that we're probably going to get within the next couple of probably 3 to 6 months, probably going to have some significant busting action. And as of right now, as long as we're still holding over this wick low, we still have a possible hidden bullish divergence on the stochastic as well as the RSI, which to confirm that, you'll have to close over 200 for $211.62. That will give you a minimum move of retesting your what do you call it? This breakdown point at around $300. That's what I'm gonna call it a day, but you'd likely have higher targets, and the RSI target would be somewhere between $350 to $400. 2-week is currently very, very close to flipping up right at the edge of the critical zone, and it will flip up probably not this period, but it's going to be more likely to flip up on the next one if you can close it order by $233. Also, this pivot is going to change whenever this what do you call it? This candle closes in about a day and 3 hours, and since it's going to break into the critical zone, likely it does go down. The more it goes into the bullish control, the harder it is for bulls to control keep it up, and the more it goes into the bearish control, the harder it is for the bears to keep it down. I'm never going to erase these, by the way. 2 weekly is also pointed up, and it's going to remain to the upside as long as it's above $151 and let's say 69 cents, just for the culture. And it's right now the projection is on this next open, it's gonna approach the edge of the bearish control zone. So if this pivot does not go up and it does not does not go up or it goes up only a little bit, that's going to tell us that sooner rather than later, and since this is a weekly chart, probably within the next month, we're going to have some busting action. My bias right now is that this pivot is not going to change. Or maybe it goes up by like $10 or $20. You don't want to see it at around 200. 5 days also positioned to the upside, and it's going to be up above $155. 2 days positioned to the upside with volatility expansion, and it's entering into the critical zone. Also has a derp of life. Last time we had a derp of life was in July of 2024, before we had some pretty insane busting action. We went up about 27%. So let's just take 27% from this candle here, where we had the derp of life. Brings us to just around $265, right around this breakdown area. Let's see if that area comes up again. Daily is putting in pretty nice inverse head and shoulders right here, while volatility is giving you a setup below 15%. Wouldn't be able to give you the statistics on it because I haven't backtested it, so I'm not going to bullshit you. But your momentum is currently going to flip up, and it's going to flip up if you can close in about 3 hours above $204.22. And the significance of flipping up here is you're going to maintain the bullish control zone. Let's see if we can find an example of when we flipped up, maintaining the bullish control zone. Let's see. We did it right here. Let's see what happened in price. We went to new highs. We did a bounce of how much? 21%. See another example. We did it right here. Oops. About 14%, which one more. We don't have any more. We have one right here. Actually, I'm retarded. I spoke too soon. What does it move about? Oh, 69%. Wonderful. So a little bit lower. And 4 hours now giving you just about a fire off the volatility setup with many periods of 0%. Just about to get back over the 15%. You already gotten above the moving average, and you're currently positioned to the upside with a derp of life, and you're pointed up as long as you're above $198. Now let's go back up. So right now, although the monthly is still pointed down, I don't really see that as a dead signal because we haven't broken the previous wick lows. We swept them and closed green while deviating the 21 EMA, giving me a textbook swing failure pattern, telling me we're probably going to go higher. We're putting in possible hidden bullish divergence. We're getting momentum flipping to the upside, giving us volatility setups. It's kind of looking like Bitcoin, and it kind of looks like if we get any type of close over that $220 area, probably going to get that volatility expansion on the daily, probably going to rapidly approach somewhere around $260 to $300. I'd expect some type of pullback and consolidation around that $300 area. And if the RSI targets do hold true and we continue this rally until the end of the year, I would expect or somewhere into expect a move into somewhere around 350s, possibly $400. I'm just not willing to say $400 yet. It's just what the RSI targets are. And the reason I'm not going to put like complete certainty on those RSI targets is because the RSI will update with every single candle closure. But as the only thing I can say with higher degree of certainty right now is it probably going to approach somewhere around that $220. If we can close over that area by the end of the year, we're probably going to see somewhere around $300. But it is starting to shape up, just like Bitcoin, starting to basically invalidate the regular bearish divergence and put in hidden bullish divergence with very low volatility, which is a recipe for major busting action.
Yes. By the way, talk about like a retard. Well, no, because all of the alts and everything is down. But this was at the top when Bitcoin was at the top. So right now there's like a divergence in the parity, right? So which one is overpriced or underpriced? That's one thing. And the other one, Alex, can you do in NVIDIA, please, quickly?
Yeah.
I'll do this one super fast just so we can get it in and run out. All righty.
Yeah, let's get it in. Let's get it in.
Thank
right
you,
now.
sir. Just real quick, let me
Is
do
it in?
this.
Just the tip.
It's in. It already is. It already is. You just can't feel it.
God.
Estamos viendo
Oh, look.
Coinbase en la diaria. Lo quiero hacer rápido para poder también ver Nvidia con Alex. Podemos ver que habíamos hecho nuestro tope local acá en diciembre del 2024 en los $348, pero tenemos que preguntarnos cómo es que acá topó Bitcoin y el precio está acá cuando Bitcoin está cerca de su tope. Entonces hay una divergencia en el precio, en la acción, y esta divergencia va a ser quién va a ser el que va a subir, ¿no? ¿Va Coinbase a subir a alcanzar a Bitcoin o Bitcoin va a bajar a alcanzar a Coinbase? Todo nos indica que muy probablemente Coinbase vaya a ir a buscar a Bitcoin. Y acá justamente es lo que les quería enseñar, lo que habíamos puesto antes. Básicamente, por encima de esta línea meme en los 212, siguiente objetivo a romper los 225 y una vez que rompas los 225, $300 es lo que se ve. Estamos mal si te llevas para abajo los 193. Así de fácil. Esto se ve alcista, tienes aparte setups de volatilidad preparándose muy potentes como este en la diaria. Vamos a ver la semanal si tiene uno. Semanal está acá, ya está bajando. 2 semanas está apenas a punto de intentar hacerlo. Mensual, estamos en el punto más bajo de la tabla también. Entonces, Coinbase tiene de dónde jalar en este momento. Y pueden ver por qué decimos esto. Una vez que rompes aquí a la alza, lo único que fue esto fue un SFP y ¡pum! Tendrías que ir a buscar tus nuevos máximos históricos. Tienes tu promedio del 9 mensual en los 213. Una vez que pases eso, que está muy cerca de mi línea meme, es justamente lo que les decía. Una vez que estemos por encima de eso, vas a tener expansión hasta los $300. La segunda cosa a ver es en tu gráfico diario, tu SMI 200, lo primero que vamos a tener que pasar es la línea meme acá y después el SMI 200. Una vez que estés ahí, aire limpio para arriba. All righty, sir, let's do NVIDIA.
Let's see. So NVIDIA is actually quite easy. This is a quick chart. You're now watching essentially the basically $119, $118.34. That's going to be your line in the sand. You get back above there, it's going to be nice. And what I like about this chart is it's represented perfectly by the daily EMA 100. You get back above there, you're going to move up to 124 to 129. Very simple. You very well could be in a new range here. And we've seen this before where we're at support, resistance is at 129, support's at 117, basically. So as long as we're holding above 117 and we're not aggressively rejecting the EMA 100, which is basically like how we're doing it. We did aggressively reject it today, but you see bulls are now buying this back up. I mean, from today, it dumped 2%. So this is a strong moving average, as we know. But the EMA 100, this gets reclaimed. This will be your confirmation that you can start longing this. Until then, this is not a long. You're just waiting for this to get reclaimed. Because what you don't want is to hold all your weight on a meme line and then the actual moving average that dictates 100 days worth of data rejects this. That just seems dumb. So for me, it's like you reclaim the daily EMA 100. That's your sign to be aggressive on longs. And that's it. I mean, NVIDIA should hold the EMA 100 if we're bullish. It's like when we're under it and we SFP, this is kind of what sparked the whole move up. And then what you're noticing is this whole bull market, you didn't really test the EMA 100 till you got chop. But even then, this still led to expansion moves. Reclaimed it, boom, this led to a 24% move. Lost it, reclaimed it. This one led to, I'll just do this, a 17% move. And then even here, this one reclaimed it here, and that led to a 8.78% move. So the last 3 times we've been under it and reclaimed it, this has led to a big move. If we even go up, 5% from here, that's the SMA 200, closer to that 8%, the 129 mark. So that's kind of what you're watching. And we can go now to the 2-day, and it probably is the same thing, maybe. No, the 2-day is even looking better than the daily, actually, because the 2-day is representing what I said, which is 117 is pretty important, but that's just now represented by the EMA 100. So where the daily's under it, the 2-day is actually reclaiming it, which actually, since this is a more higher time frame, right? It's a 2-day rather than a daily. This is giving me confidence that possibly today we're going to reclaim the EMA. We're going to reclaim this possibly today. Because if the daily's holding it, if the 2-day's holding it, there's absolutely no reason why the daily wouldn't get back above it, in my opinion. The 3-day here, you see we're right at that 34. So kind of solidifying daily resistance right around that 119. That's why it's kind of important. Daily closures above 119 will be very good confirmation that we're going to probably break out to 129, assuming we hold above that 21. Want to hold above the 21, you want to be gauging essentially 110 as an extremity long. Yep, even the weekly here, you see that 119. It's interesting because, right, the weekly, especially on the weekly, is very well respected. Bull market, very well respected. The 21, 9, and the 34. If you're uber bullish, you're going to bounce off the 9. If you're semi-bullish, you're going to bounce off the 21. And if you're, bullish but weak and at a very important spot, you're going to try to bounce on the 34. And so now what we're here is it's flipped, and we are holding the 9, which is good, but we got to get back above basically this cluster of moving averages, which is the 9 and the 34. This is going to be strong resistance, and that is right at $19, $19.65 basically. So getting lots of things on the chart that are telling you NVIDIA is looking bullish. It's just at resistance. It's very similar to Rivian, honestly. It's like Rivian's looking very bullish. It just needs to confirm it for us. Luckily for us, we're getting lots of confluence with $19 to $19.80 being a major spot for NVIDIA. Remember, we shorted this whole thing. This whole move down, we shorted. The Academy TP hit 85. Perfect move. And now what we see is we're back above the 34 bullish. So now we're within the moving average range that we were in within this bull market. And we want to get back above the 9. We can get back above the 9. You get moves like this, right? Similar to here, where we reclaim the 9. We're held by the 34. You got back above the 34. And that's when this whole move started. Here, held by the 34, you got back above it, you held it, and then this is when the whole move started. And any move to the 34 and 21 was just an opportunity. 21 was an opportunity. 9 was an opportunity. You can see this. So that's why the chart across the board is 119.80 is very important. You get back above this and hold it, which is right around where the meme line is. Yeah, you're going to move up to at least 129. You reclaim 129, you're going to go back up and test all-time highs. It's very similar to just Rivian. It's looking like it wants to bust up, but we just need confirmation of the trigger, which is 129 reclaim. Monthly here has a lot of time still, but a good confirmation of this will be if that monthly 9 gets reclaimed. And this will all take time, right? We can easily reclaim it, throw back, test it. But this is, above the 9, but this is closing in 22 days, unfortunately. So something to note, though, is the monthlies actually the same volatility level we were at before this big move. And what was this big move? Oh, look at that. That was a macro move. Wow. Damn. So we are literally at the same volatility before Rivian, or my apologies, NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA. We're at the same low monthly volatility, the same basically as this move here, right here. It was like once the monthly 9 got reclaimed, system was to bid that 9, and that was like a literal big opportunity. I mean, I know we wicked here, but that never took your entry. You could have just stopped, break even it. This at least would have given you a 57% move. But the point being, we were at the lowest read on volatility before NVIDIA went up 472%. And it didn't stop there. It then consolidated and then contracted on volatility, which gave you the opposite move, but it held bullishly. So we're now retracting on volatility, but then bulls are still in control. So then that contraction then led us to another like 104%. And then you got another monthly volatility setup here, and then you broke down. You didn't even get a full volatility setup. You only went to 21%. And that didn't even give you a full setup. And that literally gave a 55% move. So it's actually really, really intriguing to me to see NVIDIA like this. Because it's like last time we were this low on volatility, we went up 400%. I don't know. I don't even know where I got this line, honestly.
At that back then, we were using the HPDR and whatnot, and Farhan, like, it was one of the target goals for that. That's what I think.
It must be, yeah, because I put it here. That's interesting to see that, because I mean, if we go 400%, you're talking about a potential. And I'm not saying this is going to happen, but just based on volatility and where it was last time, we went up 400%. So put in NVIDIA around 585. Let's see if we get any kind of confluence of this idea. Median reclaim.
I just want to throw the other point of view into it. What if it plays out to the downside and all these volatility setups play down that, right? Like there still could be that.
And that's why this month's going to be key, because as this stands, you're under the monthly 9. This has potential to break down 100%. And we don't want to discredit that, because what's literally right around $40 is that monthly EMA 100. NVIDIA could easily go down like this on this setup, right? You move greater up, but it could move 60% down on this monthly setup easily. So, it's like, you're absolutely right. It's going to be very key for bulls not to miss the mark here. And for me, it's really just going to be dependent on first getting above $19.80. Get it back above there. So call it 120. Great. Now then we need to move up to 129. And at that point, reclaim it. If we can do that, then I'm going to be looking like this is really about to break out to an all-time high, basically. 129 reclaim will be the all-time high. Until then, you're very valid to say that. You are at resistance. You're putting bullish structure. We can expand this now, right? These wicks it's not that evident on a 2-week. Let me go to the weekly. The wicks here are putting in bullish structure, of course, meaning we're not taking out the last lows of the previous weekly closings, which is good. That's like the itchings of an uptrend. You have a higher low, you got to break this zone here, in my opinion. This was the last major lower high before we made that lower low, and we're coming up, potential higher low. Got to assume then that this is going to break right around 120, basically, 123. So it's like, okay, let's dissect this now. If we can close dailies above 117, which so far we have, and then reclaim the EMA 100, this will look really good to at least go to 125s. That's important, because then we're now potentially like trend shifting here confirmed on the weekly, right? It's like that is a trend shift. Then if we go to 125, because 122 was the last major lower high. And then if we do start holding 117, you got to see that hold on a weekly, because anytime you really start losing on a weekly, that's when you either get a nice chance to get out, like you close and then you go up and then you can get out and then you dump, or it just literally dumps right through it. So it's going to be really important to hold above 117 if you want this to really be bullish. Until then, though, we're still at resistance. We're still on a downtrend. We are at very extreme volatility on the monthly, but Alejandro's right. That could fire off to the downside because trend is still down here. Macro trend, and that's what's important here is trend. That's why for Rivian and Nvidia, that's kind of the theme of my analysis. We got to like go back above 119 to then trend shift, and then we can go up to the fund levels. But the trend shift is where then you get your easy like triggers to long. When you're trying to long under like a 5-day EMA 34, a daily EMA 100, a weekly EMA 34 with a downtrend, this is quite aggressive. And that's why for me, there's no trade and there's no reason to be aggressive on longs, because as soon as this weekly does trend shift, you're now in a fresh uptrend with extreme low volatility on the monthly and a potential new range of 129 to 117. It's very actionable if you just sit on your hands. Again, similar to Rivian. So for me, it's like I want to see this close weeklies above 120. If we can close a weekly above 120, I'm going to be looking at that as the move to then maybe bid 117 should spring us back up above 120. That should move us to 129. 129 is either going to bigly reject us. This is a bull trap. We trend shifted, but it's a trap. Or this is truly going to trend shift once we break 122. We're then going to break out. We're then going to get our higher low around 130s, and then we're going to move to all-time highs. For me, 130, though, will really be like potentially all-time high zone. Okay, weekly. What about 2 weeks? Let me just see if we can get any idea of that. Yeah, I mean, even here, look at that median right there, approaching 130s. You reclaim that, you're going to make a new all-time high potentially. Basically, you will. So that is good. That's good fitting of my bias of 130. Kind of being the spot. You get above 130, even on like a 2-day close could be good for me. You start reclaiming 130 on a 2-day close. Yeah, that could be the sign. What you noticed last time was here, not last time, but when we did flirt with 130 here, you see here we reclaimed it, and then at this point we did bounce. Of course, we bounced. It was 8%, and then we didn't hold 130. And then this kind of sparked the bearish structure, bears kind of taking control before we bigly dumped. And then here we see we did break 130, perfectly back tested it. On that back test, you ended up going up another 15%. You went all the way back down, tested 130s, and then made another all-time high. Then came all the way back down to 130s, and then came all the way back up, approaching the 150s. And that's why I'm saying 130s is important, because then you reclaimed 130, and then you had a throwback, and then you went up 10%, and then you lost 130, rejected it, and then here we are. So if we can get back above 130 even on a 2-day, I'm going to be looking at that and holding it, not just closing and deviating, but holding it like this. I'm going to be looking at that as A, a weekly trend shift, and B, this is now really ready for an all-time high. So yeah, that's kind of it. 122, that's what I want to be aggressive. We can get back above, let's just say, the weekly median. I'll be good to go on this to potentially be longing. Weekly median is also interesting because we've been under it since November of 2024. And then we've just been steadily under it this whole time. Something to note is each time we've tapped the weekly median, we've rejected it. Right? Rejected it. And even on this extremity here, we just simply went to the median and the mean line and rejected. And then that was it. We even front ran the rejection here. And so that's why this spot's very important. Luckily for us, if we do reclaim this 38.2%, we could see these ranges shift up. This 38.2% could shift up on the weekly around 117, kind of solidifying the support zone. If it does do that, then we'll have to really gauge where this median goes. Do we reclaim it? Do we open above it? Or does this shift up to around that 129 mark? It's going to be very important. in my opinion, NVIDIA's chart within the next week, 1.5 weeks is going to be absolutely crucial for it. You're either going to see this really roll over and nuke, or you're going to see this break out to new highs, probably within the next, by next month. It's going to probably give you a move. And even here on the 2-week, you just see you're pressing that 38.2%. So in summary, it's like you're watching essentially that 119, 120 zone. That is resistance. And so far, we're almost there. So you don't want to be longing resistance at all. There's no point. And each time frame I keep cycling to, it's showing resistance right here. So that's good confluence to say, okay, well, we start really closing dailies above 120, 2 days, 5 days, weeklies. It's good to go then to 129. 129 is the spot. That's where bears and bulls are going to battle, because you're at, the extremes on like the 2-day. But also we understand that this zone, this one line is what's going to dictate if we're going to make an all-time high or if we're going to trap bulls. And trapping bulls would mean we trend shift on the weekly, we pop up to 130, and then we aggressively dump that. That would be a bull trap, because bulls then, like me, got the trigger. They're looking for this to hold. We do this, and then maybe we form a lower high, and then we dump. And then basically confirming that this was a bull trap would be basically any close under $97. That would be really detrimental for this chart, and this would probably mean that we're going to go down to 57s to like $63. It's really not good. That's if we lose up basically $98. So you kind of have your line now. You know where you got to hold, where you got to reclaim. It's 120. And you know where you can break out to new highs. So use that to trade it. This has volatility, but you just don't want to be aggressively longing this, just like Rivian, hoping that we're going to break out. Because yes, the 2 days looking great, but even here, the 2 days like pressing the 88.3%. So there's the flip side, right? It's like giving you a buy signal, technically, how my system works, but you are at the 88.3% at 119. And with what I showed on all time frames, basically telling you 120 is big, you should be gauging that. You also have a little gap here. So we could easily go up to like 120s and then fill the gap and then reject. Simple. Weekly still stays in a downtrend. And then unfortunately, we potentially get this monthly setup firing off to the downside, which would probably mean we're in a bear market on NVIDIA. This is itching a bear market potentially if we lose the monthly 9, but this is 22 days. Weekly 9 got reclaimed, so that's great. And then last is the daily EMA 100. So if the weekly 9, daily EMA 100, and the monthly 9 get all reclaimed within June, this is really looking good. 130 will be your line in the sand. You close above 130 even on the daily, you're back above the SMA 200. And any time you're above the SMA 200, you're in a bull market. Very simple. No need to overcomplicate it, right? And so 130 is very logical for me to kind of say that. So NVIDIA is looking quite interesting. It kind of shows where the market's at right now. Resistance, but looking very bullish, but very well could churn just based on trend. And that's why it's going to be very crucial for us to play trend. The trend is your friend, and we need trend to shift. Similar to here when we were kind of like in a shallow downtrend here. As soon as we broke the trend, we formed that higher low, we came up, this put in bullish structure, and then we broke out. So there's no real FOMO, especially when you're in a downtrend in the midst of potentially breaking that. That's just how trading is. If you break the downtrend, you gauge the higher low, and the higher low likes to come around the 9, the weekly 9, the daily 9. That just likes to kind of hold our higher lows. And we know that this 9 could move up, and this EMA 100 could stay right around 117, giving us more bias that if this does trend shift, potentially you're going to get that weekly higher low around 117 to 118, which is perfectly lined up with the weekly 9 and the 21. So, it's very straightforward. It's just more a matter of waiting, and that's it. So hopefully that did make sense. I just think it's just wiser to wait here because, you've had 3 weeks of green. Now you're at resistance. You just don't want to be that guy. Just like longs this here. We roll over. This was an obvious lower high. You could be looking for shorts here with a stop right there. Very tight, and it could just do that. Even if we, let's say, reject here, just so everyone knows, if we come back to here, 98, it still could be bullish, just so everyone knows, as long as we don't take this low out. So just so everyone knows, like 98 is really important not to take out. You start closing below that weekly MA 100, this is cooked. Till then, this can literally go all the way back down to here and do that and then bounce. And it still would be bullish. You would just use this April 21st low as your invalidation. So,
all righty. We're basically done, my boys. I'm going to bring you on screen so that we can say goodbye. Hasta luego. All righty. So anything else you guys want to add? Fucking Bitcoin pumped last minute right now. Went to 101,500 on CME. It's at $102,000. Maybe looking at that zone to look at the short. Maybe there's a little short there. Mr. Farhan, you're muted.
I got my order set already for the short. It's at 1023. Stop loss is 1028.
1023, 1028, 1023. 1 second, I'm gonna write it down.
And like daily's not breaking out yet. So like there is that. We're gonna watch daily BBWP today, and we're gonna watch the daily 38.2% because BBWP could be breaking out today, confirmed on today's close, but we need the 38.2% to really tell us that. So we're basically at that now. So we could reject here or break out. And as it stands, it's above 99.8. We're gonna go potentially to all-time high. So just use that as your
fucking move. Would be quite the fucking move. Just tap that 102s area, slight dip below 100, and then send it.
99.8 back tests, and then boom. 99.8 is the level now. Like if we close dailies above there, that's your new zone. We're not 91s, no, not 95.5s. It's 99.8. You lose that, then 95.5 comes. You lose that, then 91s. So with us breaking above 100K, my analysis kind of goes out the window because I wanted the pullback before this occurred.
Yeah,
we aren't getting that. So 99.8 is the new zone. You want that to hold in the weekend, in my opinion.
Perfecto. All righty, boys. Well, thank you so much. Enjoy Dubai. Safe travels, and enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Hasta luego and buenas tardes and
Thank
buenas
you.
noches for me.
Buenas noches.
Peace out.
Vale, ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Tenemos nuestro siguiente short en Bitcoin listo en la zona de los $102,000 para todos ustedes, los miembros de Elite. Ahí lo tienen en el sitio, web para esto. Así que para que estemos todos de acuerdo. Vámonos rápido con Nvidia antes de irme a ver casas y rápidamente. Es muy sencillo, honestamente, en Nvidia. Hay varias cosas pasando. Estoy enseñándoles el gráfico semanal. Los voy a llevar rápido al mensual primero. ¿Ok? Mensual tenemos la volatilidad en el punto más bajo de la historia, más que esta. Este fue un pompazo de 500%. Quiero que vean dónde empezó. ¿Ok? Es el principio de todo este subidón, básicamente. Este zampompazo, lo pueden ver hasta acá, pero, güey, o sea, no paró esta chingadera. Y pueden ver cómo la volatilidad continúa en extremos todo este tiempo, haciendo altos más altos y bajos más altos. Muy interesante. Ok, ¿por qué les traigo eso a la mesa? Sencillo, tenemos un setup de volatilidad mensual de ese tamaño. Algo muy cabrón viene, un movimiento muy, muy duro. La trimestral está en extremos, pero ya por fin está cayendo. Vamos a la semanal. Quiero ver la de 2 semanas, perdón. Solamente la volatilidad. Volatilidad en 2 semanas ya nos estaba dando un cero, pero se está volteando para abajo. Vamos a mantener un ojo en esto. ¿Por qué? Porque estás en un punto crítico. Yo me quedaría, es más, ni siquiera con la de 1 semana, me quedaría con el gráfico de 2 semanas, porque y ahorita lo van a ver en la diaria también. ¿Por qué? En la de 2 semanas tienes tu promedio del 9.21 justamente aquí arriba. Quieres ser alcista, lo único que tienes que hacer es estar por encima del 119. Con eso te va a llevar hasta los 140. Si eres bajista, perder los 104 sería una pésima movida, pero en donde se cocina todo para abajo es este. Cuando te llevas los 95 para abajo, la cola de esta vela es donde se acaba el show. Vamos a la semanal para que lo puedan ver un poco más de cerca. Déjenme borro todas estas pendejadas. Y ahorita van a ver en la diaria esta confluencia, brother. Semanal, puedes ver nuestro promedio del 100 está aquí abajo deteniéndonos. Es por lo que digo, si llegas a perder estos 94, que perderías el promedio del 100, simplemente esto fue un SFP a la alza y vamos para abajo. Acá estás por encima del 9, que está aquí abajo, justamente en la línea meme, y lo estás aguantando por debajo del precio, pero por ahora tenemos resistencia entre el 21 y el 34, los pueden ver acá. Esta resistencia es lo que queremos romper si somos alcistas. En la diaria también se ve bastante fácil. En la diaria, tu promedio del 100, tu EMA 100 está en 118, eso quiere decir que 119. Tu segundo objetivo serán los 125 y una vez que ganes el 119, le ganes al 125, vas a poder ir a los 140 como mínimo. Ese sería el siguiente objetivo. Para ser bajistas es muy fácil, solamente perder 95. Tu primera señal de que estamos equivocados, perder los 104. Aunque podrías empezar acá, si empiezas a ver que vamos a cerrar este gap acá en los 109, yo diría que eso debería aguantar. Si no te aguanta esta línea meme por ahí de los 103 y vas para abajo, adiós, se cocinó esto y el setup, este potente de volatilidad que tiene Nvidia, se va a ir para abajo en vez de para arriba. Si estamos por encima del SMA 200, que es la zona de los 125, justamente acá, explosión alcista con ese setup. Si estás por debajo de este wick para abajo, explosión bajista con ese setup. Ya lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Básicamente es lo que estamos viendo estos días en el mercado. Me voy a ir, tengo que hacer un par de cosas. Estamos buscando casa nueva por acá y honestamente, no nada más y ya tengo que grabar otras cosas, bla, bla, bla. Pero muchísimas gracias a todos. Disculpen, hoy es jueves. Yo sé que normalmente hacemos casinos los viernes, pero van a estar viajando mis criaturas. No los puedo tener, así. Así que les mando un fuerte abrazo. Gracias a todos por estar por acá. Cuídense mucho y nos vemos mañana.